We're live.
Okay, thank you very much, and welcome to everyone to the 86th meeting of the 7th Council Municipality of South Dundas on this not so bad May the 10th. I'd like to call this meeting to order, and due to COVID, the council is live streaming on our YouTube channel. I will mention that we did have, as far as I know, a successful vaccine clinic in Morrisburg today, and we're hoping to get another one down here. So I encourage each and every one of you to seriously consider getting the vaccine. I can't really force anyone to do it, but I've done it, and I think the more we get to do that, the better it is for everyone, not only in South Dundas, but the rest of Ontario, Canada, and the world. So first we'll call on the Madam Clerk to give us a roll call, please.
Mayor Bylaws.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Gardner.
Here.
Councillor Wells.
Here.
Councillor Lewis.
Here.
Councillor Mellon.
Here.
CAO Garrity.
Here.
Deputy Clerk Robert.
Here.
Treasurer McMillan.
Here.
Director of Environmental Services.
Here.
Director of Planning and Enforcement. Nicole, are you there?
She's just getting the link, Brenda. She wasn't given the link there for the WebEx.
Okay. Director of Transportation.
Here.
Manager of Parks and Rec.
Here.
Communication Coordinator.
Here.
Economic Development Officer.
Here.
Human Resource Coordinator.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. That's everyone.
Thank you. Confirmation of agenda. Any additions, deletions, or amendments this afternoon, Madam Clerk?
Yes, right now I have amendments for 10C and 10H be moved to discussion items.
Okay, so 10C will be after the 11E, and 10H. Okay, they're in the consent. We'll pull them out of consent and we'll discuss them at that time. Nothing further from you? Okay, anything from any member of council at this time? Seeing none, any disclosure or pecuniary interest in general nature thereof this evening? Councilor Wells?
Yes, Mayor. I would like to declare a conflict of interest for the zoning amendment plan 46.11, and also go back to April 26th for the closed session for the FOI request. Reason for both conflicts: I own the property. Thank you.
Anything from any other member of council tonight? Okay, seeing none, then we'll move on to the adoption of minutes from April 22nd, April 26th, please.
Moved by Councillor Mellon, second by Deputy Mayor Gardner, that the minutes of the 84th special and in-camera meetings and the 85th regular and in-camera meetings of council be adopted as circulated.
Any discussion on them from council? Seeing none, all heard the motion. Those in favor? Opposed, if any, motion carries. Moving on to the public meeting, Madam Clerk, open.
Moved by Councillor Wells, second by Councillor Lewis, that the public meeting to consider a zoning bylaw amendment be opened at 6:07 p.m.
Okay, all heard the motion. Those in favor? Opposed, if any, motion carries. Before we start the public meeting, I have a statement to read. I now declare the public meeting held by the Council of the Municipality of South Dundas under section 17, 21, and 34 of the Planning Act to be open. There is one zoning bylaw amendment application to be considered this evening. Zoning bylaw amendment for Plan 46, Lot 11, Morrisburg. Anyone who wishes to speak in favor of or contrary to any of the proposed zoning bylaw amendment will be given the opportunity to do so. Before you make a presentation, I would ask that you provide your name and address. I'm required by the Planning Act to advise you that if you do not make an oral presentation tonight, or written submission before the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is adopted by municipal council will not be entitled to appeal decision to the local planning appeal tribunal. I'm also required to advise you that if you do not make an oral presentation tonight or a written submission before the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is adopted by municipal council, you may not be added as a party to any hearing of an appeal before the local planning appeal tribunal. I will now ask our municipal planning consultant, Aaron Reed, to provide a brief overview of the application. Following the overview for each file, we will open the floor to anyone wishing to make an oral presentation on the specific application. So Aaron, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. The municipality of South Dundas has received an application to rezone the lot described as Lot 11 on Plan 46 from highway commercial to highway commercial with a special exception. The special exception is to permit a mixed-use building, which will contain commercial uses on the ground floor and 30 residential units on the upper levels. This exception will also permit a clinic, laundromat, office, personal service establishment, and shop and retail store uses on the lot, and will reduce the maximum landscape strip abutting a road from 3 meters to 1.5 meters. We have received written comments regarding the subject application, which have been provided to council, but I will provide a high-level overview of the comments that have been received. So 3 comments state that while they are supportive of this type of development, they do not support the location of the proposed development. That the abutting industrial park operates as such and has heavy equipment, large trucks, obnoxious fumes and exhaust, and creates loud noises. They expressed concern for future noise and congestion complaints, and also comment on concern for safety for potential future tenants with the industrial park close by. One comment specifically does ask why reduce the landscaping and the impact that this will have. And we do have 2 comments which express support for the rezoning, and they note that it will provide more housing and increase the local economy. We do want to note that there is also a petition and a survey that have been received. Council does have them, and they are on file for this application. Thank you, and I will pass it back to council. I can address any comments you may have at this time.
Okay, so before we go on, are there any questions from any member of council on this file? And just questions, not comments. Okay, I do have one question for Aaron. The question, it would be concerning the any potential new or expanding development within our industrial park within the I guess area of concern or impact area. What would these what's the potential impact on either the existing operations or any future potential operations?
Thank you. So for any future development in the industrial park or any potential expansion or redevelopment of the park, they would have to take into account this sensitive land use if it were there. It would be taken into consideration at both the sensitive land use as well as the influence area of those industrial and heavy impact developments.
Okay, so part of the comments that some of the comments we received from their planner concern the Macintosh Inn as a sensitive type of a building or commercial operation within that sphere of influence. How do you see that as in comparing to them to the potential apartment buildings?
Thank you. So it's our opinion that that the hotel is a commercial use and is not considered sensitive land use. So the current development in the industrial park, as well as any development to occur in the industrial park, is not limited by the existing hotel, as it's not considered a sensitive land use. It is commercial.
Okay, that's all the questions I have. I'll turn it over to our deputy clerk to moderate the session, and anyone who has comments or concerns either for or against the zoning bylaw amendment will be allowed to speak, but I will turn it to him for make sure that they go in order. So Deputy Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor Byvelds. I believe the proponent's representation, Tracy Zander, is here to submit comments as well. Tracy, I'm not sure if you want to take this opportunity right now.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
We can, yep.
We can.
Great. Thank you. My name is Tracy Zander. I'm from Zander Plan. I'm a professional planner. I've been working with the purchaser of this property for several years. I'll just provide a few brief comments, and then there may be other questions from council or from other participants that I can respond to. So as you well know, we brought an application to council previously to put a standalone residential use on this property, and that was denied by council. So the application you have before you is for a mixed use building with ground floor commercial and residential in the upper floors. We feel like this is quite compatible in this area and it's appropriate. This is a highway commercial corridor. Mixed use buildings are very strongly supported in the county official plan and in your official plan and in the provincial policy statement. This is a good intensification of an existing underutilized property, and it's appropriate for the service connection. So we feel like this is a good location for the property. Some of the concerns that were expressed with the standalone residential building included the potential for traffic conflicts or traffic conflicts, I guess, between the residential travelers and the industrial trucks and vehicles from your business park, your industrial park to the rear. So you'll see on our site plan that we have proposed to close, not use the direct access to Industrial Road to the rear. The entrance to this mixed use building would be entirely from County Road 2, and we have consulted with the County Roads Department and they did not express any opposition to this. So we feel like that takes away one of the conflict issues in terms of traffic, that is not really a concern anymore. We've pulled the building closer to County Road 2 than previously and put the parking at the rear. So that acts as a bit of a buffer between the proposed building and the industrial park, the parking lot, and there's room for some fencing and even some vegetation as a bit of a buffer. So that's increasing the setback a bit. With all due respect to your planner, it's my opinion, and we provided an extensive explanation for it, that the Macintoshian does represent a sensitive land use in terms of the definition in the MOE guidelines and in the policies. And so we feel that the industrial park, some of those properties are already slightly constrained because of the in facility that's there. And so this would not constrain that any further. There's also an extensive discussion and analysis of the industrial properties in the planning report that we provided. So yeah, I guess kind of a difference of opinion, but I think that this proposed mixed use building does not further constrain your industrial park. There's only a couple of lots that are close to this site that are not developed, and it's my opinion that those are already constrained by the in facility that's there. And then the other lands farther up in your business park are outside of the influence area and the setbacks and can be developed in the future. So so I guess that's kind of what I would leave it with. I think this mixed use building is very appropriate in your highway commercial corridor and is a good reuse of this underutilized property. So I'll leave it at that. Happy to answer questions or respond to any questions that may come from other participants. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. At first, is there any questions from any members of council to Tracy's report? See, oh, Councilor Mellon, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Byvelds. Yes, I guess there is sort of conflicting from yourself, Tracy, and from Aaron on the Macintosh already being within the sensitive area, sensitive land area. So Aaron's saying it's not, but Tracy, you're saying that the Macintosh falls within that sensitive land use area. Is that right?
Yes, that is my interpretation of the definition of a sensitive land use in the MOE guidelines and in the policies. I will admit your definition in your zoning bylaw of a sensitive land use does not specifically say it includes an in. It's not that specific. So this is one of those kind of gray area interpretations of planners, but We provided quite a bit of analysis and opinion on this in the planning report, but it's my opinion as a professional that that does meet the definition of a sensitive land use. It has sleeping accommodation, it has outdoor amenity spaces. It does meet the definition of a sensitive land use. And so I see that as already be a use that's already in place and already has an impact on the development potential of some of the parcels in your industrial park. So I don't think this makes it any worse, if you will, that this proposed use. I don't think this worsens the situation in any way.
Okay, thank you. Nothing else, then we'll turn it over to Deputy Clerk for the next person.
Thank you, Mayor Byvelds. Our first person wishing to submit comments from the public is Brian Vinette. Brian, please unmute your mic with *6 and submit your comments to council.
Are you there?
We can hear you, Brian.
Hello?
Yep. Yeah, Brian, go
Okay.
ahead and submit your comments.
Number one is that I submitted this in writing, so I'm not sure if you've heard me or not, or if people have read it. So do I need to go over that again?
This is your opportunity to submit any comments you'd like. Yeah, go ahead.
No, what I mean is I've already submitted it. Do I need to do it over again for the benefit of the meeting? That's what I'm saying.
We do have it on record that your comments have been submitted and received by staff regarding this project. Yeah.
Well, the biggest issue that I see going forward is the fact of noise and traffic. Now, the claim that there won't be an issue with noise, but if you go back and sit on that road and watch the 200 trucks that go by there every day, you notice that there is lots of noise. So the people that are living there, because the traffic does not stop at 2 o'clock in the morning, the people that would be living there would become an issue overnight, I'm afraid. And then once again, that would be an issue that would come to council and say, we have to redirect the traffic or whatnot. That's wrong. The other thing is a safety point. There's people there already walking their dogs and stuff in the industrial park because there's not much going on in part of it. You don't need any more foot traffic in a commercial area that has trucks and cars running around. The other part is because it's going to be a mixed-use building, the fact that people tend to have more vehicles than what there is parking spots allowed, we would typically see a bunch of cars being parked on the industrial road going in there. So that's kind of my concern. Other than that, I truly wish that we had this building somewhere else because it makes lots of sense. It just doesn't make sense there. That's all I have to say.
Okay. Thanks, Brian. Next on our list is Alexandra Parker. Alexandra, please unmute your mic using *6 and submit your comments to council.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Hello? Okay. I just wanted, we also submitted a letter with our comments. I own and operate Alboard FCR at 12 Prospect. My family, it was previously Parker Professional Painting. My family has owned this property for over 35 years. We are just, starting up a new business and we have concerns. We are not opposed at all to new business or housing in the community. We feel that would be a great thing. We just don't feel like this is the spot for it. Our location is very close to the proposed rezoning lot. I agree with the concern of traffic, and then we also have the concern of our factory emits a smell, and we also have noise coming from there. And like I said, we are pretty close, so that comes into play. I was just wanted to add to the, I know talking about the Macintosh. I believe, in my opinion, that there is a difference between, having an inn there where people may stay 1 or 2 nights, rather than having permanent residents nearby with parking and, and then, like I said, we have a smell, we have noise. We also rely on the trucking company in the area, and we, being a new business, we it would be very detrimental to have any sort of, restrictions on when we can operate or what we have to do to operate. One more thing I wanted to add was talking about the distance, moving it forward toward Highway 2. I don't see how that really improves the situation. It really wouldn't make it that much farther from us, and it really only moves it closer to the industrial park on the other side of the road. There's beavers and they run 24/7. So I just wanted to, put our comment in that we are not opposed to new businesses or housing in the community. We do not feel like this is the place for it. That's all I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Okay. Thank you, Alexandra. We have one other remaining member of the public wishing to submit comments. Lance LePage, please unmute your mic with *6 and submit your comments to council.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. It's Cole Vino here representing Harlem Vino Limited tonight. How is everyone? Oh, good.
Good goal.
Everybody, I'm sure is well aware we were at the first meeting for this, and we submitted our thoughts then. We got to applaud the work that's been done to try and make this building fit as far as adding the business aspect to the bottom of it. And frankly, I think the concept is, we all agree that the concept is admirable. It's great. And we'd really like to see it somewhere here in Morrisburg, but as has been the theme tonight, just not in that particular location. Our position remains unchanged as far as the impact it could have on potential development, the impact it could have on our ours and other businesses' current developments back here, and the safety factors with the traffic, foot traffic, and vehicular traffic. Now, I also just wanted to point out, and I guess bring up my opinion on the whole Macintosh scenario here. The Macintosh is a commercial operation. It's transient guests that stay there. A hotel or an inn or a motel has never impeded the construction of international airports, for example. They actually tend to be built all the way around them. People aren't living there for extended periods of time. They don't have to put up with the smell, the noise, the traffic, everything else. Just so you know, we're sitting in our office here 6 feet apart in our upstairs office, and the trucks are coming by here, and it's loud. It's loud. It shakes our building. And we don't think it's a very well-suited piece of property for the building, the proposed building. But I think that's all we have to say from our perspective here.
Okay, Mayor Byvelds, that's the end of the comments from the public that I've received so far.
Okay. Is there any further comments from any of the participants? Tracy, you have your hand up, I see. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to respond to a couple of those things. And also I should have pointed out, we have not seen any of the written comments that have been submitted. So if your staff can share those with us, that would be great. I would appreciate that. Just wanted to speak to a couple of things. The idea of the sensitive land use and whether the inn meets that definition or not. Again, in our detailed planning report, I will point out there are quite a few municipalities that include inns, motels, hotels, things like that as sensitive land uses. That is very common. I didn't make that up. So your definition is quite broad and isn't specific necessarily, but there are several examples. South Stormont, Addington Highlands, a number of others we put in the report that do recognize motels, hotels, inns as sensitive land uses. So I just want to make sure that's clear. That is a very common interpretation of a sensitive land use. In terms of noise, I guess we need to keep in mind, no disrespect to the development proposal, but we're not building 4,000 square foot, homes here. These are apartments, rental apartments. The landlord has the ability in the rental agreement to make it clear to tenants that there are surrounding land uses and there may be some impacts, some noise and so on. So that can certainly be covered in a lease agreement or a rental agreement with tenants. So that's very common in this type of use. The parking issue that one of the commenters made, there are more than enough parking spaces on this site plan to exceed the requirements for both the residential and commercial uses. And as I indicated earlier, the entrance to the industrial road at the back would be closed. So there's not going to be overflow parking or even traffic onto the industrial road to the rear, because this site will not have access to that. So that's not, I don't see that as being any concern at all. Yeah, I think those are the things I wanted to cover. A couple of people mentioned smells, and I didn't quite get the addresses or locations of the various industries that the other participants were speaking to. So I don't know what we're talking about in terms of smells from businesses. But anyway, perhaps that's covered in the written comments from the commenters. If staff can share those, I would appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Anything further from Aaron?
Thank you. No, I don't have any comments. Tracy, now that we have your request, we will, sorry, blocked my camera. We will provide those comments over to you tomorrow.
Great, thank you.
Okay, anything further from any members of council? Okay, seeing none, then we'll call on the clerk to close the meeting, and I'd like to thank all the participants for their meeting tonight, and that's it. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Gardner, second by Councillor Lewis, that the public meeting to consider a zoning bylaw amendment be closed at 6:29 p.m.
Okay, before I ask for the vote, I will also say to council and to those in the public that we will not make the decision on this zoning bylaw amendment tonight. That will be done at our next council meeting. I believe it's on the 25th of May. That's when the bylaw will come to council for council discussion and approval or disapproval at that time. I'll heard the motion. Those in favor on the motion, council? None opposed, motion carries. Thank you very much, everyone. Move on now into our delegations tonight, and we have 3. So we'll start first by welcoming Inspector Mark Hammerich from the Ontario Provincial Police, and he will give us a 2021 policing update. And I'd like to welcome Inspector Hammerich to South Dundas and SDG. We're certainly pleased that you're here, and we certainly welcome you to the Council of South Dundas. Oh, there he goes. We have some technical difficulties. We'll see if he comes back on.
I think it just has low bandwidth right now.
I believe that too. We lost him as soon as he put on his video, so I'll give him another minute. If not, then we might move on to our next presentation and have him as number 2. Inspector, can you hear us? No. Okay, so we'll bring the inspector back in when he gets hooked up here, and maybe we'll just have his audio and no video. We'll move on to the next presentation then. I'd like to welcome Ben DeHaan and Mike Jans from the United County, Stormont, Dundas, and Glengarry concerning the Morrisburg roundabout project and concept. So welcome, Mike and Ben.
Thank you very much. And Mike's going to do the talking tonight, so we'll be blessedly short compared to when I get going. So with that, I'll hand it over to Mike.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. I'm going to share a slideshow. Can you see this?
Not yet.
Okay. Tried.
Oh, we're coming in now.
Okay,
There we
it's
go.
not, well, you'll see the slides on the left there, but it's doing something to the screen if I try and full screen it here. So this is the presentation regarding the Morrisburg roundabout. On Friday of last week, we did receive the completed redesign drawings and tender package from the design consultants. So this slideshow here, we're going to do, I'll just give you a recap of some of the original design items which went to the original tender in late 2020. As you'll recall, we were about $2 million over budget, so we've gone through some redesign exercises to reduce the scope and hopefully bring the cost down to what was budgeted for this project here. Then we'll move on to what those reductions look like in terms of the completed drawing. We'll go through the final items, give you examples on some of the drawings, and then I'll move on to an updated cost estimates and upcoming dates. And ultimately, we are seeking your blessing as we move forward and take the completed drawings and completed tender package to tender to get new bids. Our original western limit was approximately St. Lawrence Street. There were some municipal items which extended a little further to the west, some sidewalks, crosswalk. There were decorative lamp poles, and those have been pulled back. We also had we were proposing to relocate the entrance to the McEwen gas station in the original design. Around the roundabout, we had numerous sidewalks. There were some geometry items that hadn't been fully fleshed out, I suppose. Waving sidewalks that we were deemed undesirable, as well as small grass areas that would just make maintenance a bit more difficult. Along County Road 2 moving east, we had the separated lanes of traffic. We had the median with left turn lanes. We had a sidewalk from the roundabout to Campbell Street, and we had a multi-use pathway along the south side, as well as the decorative luminaire poles on both sides of the road, which could hold banners and flower pots, and they were more aesthetically pleasing than the conventional pole. At the eastern limit, we had Laurier Drive, and the multi-use pathway would at least extend some distance here past Laurier Drive. The exact distance was to be determined by a change order or provisional item later on. The redesign included reduced streetscaping, so limiting the number of decorative poles. To the right of this page here, we see a standard steel pole on the left, and we have the decorative pole on the right to give you a visual of what that looks like. And we can see the brackets on the decorative pole for the banners and signage, etc. So these poles do come at a slight premium, so we've scaled those back. The extents have been pulled in from each end of the project. We've simplified the road cross section, and we've had some reductions to the sidewalks and pathways and improved geometry as well. We've also reduced the extent of storm sewer and reduced the amount of landscaping that we are proposing. So here again, we see the western limit of the site, and the sidewalk is still shown there as a provisional item. However, it is not proposed to be part of the project unless we choose to make it so later on. The crosswalk as well has been eliminated, and the nearest crossing now is at the roundabout, which is just cut off on the side of the page here. We have a few light poles that will be going in west of St. Lawrence Street, and those will just be the conventional steel pole, and the decorative poles will begin at St. Lawrence Street moving east. Just east of the roundabout here, the multi-use pathway will end at Pilot Way. As you can see, there is no sidewalk on the north side. I'll show you in a coming slide where that will end. And we will be carrying the decorative light poles to Pilot Way and Campbell Street on both the north and south sides of the road, and continuing on with the steel poles, at least for the sake of the tender. We can always choose to get decorative poles later as a contract change if we find extra money for that. We simplified the road cross section. As you can see here, it's 2-lane traffic. We do have a few left and right turn lanes where there is higher turning demand. However, in many sections, it's greatly simplified. This will also greatly improve the recyclability of the existing road. Previously, there were concerns about the geometry of the road, the number of cuts, the number of curbs, and the amount of asphalt that was being taken out that couldn't be easily recycled. So this new geometry will greatly increase that effort. And this would be Ottawa Street coming out of the roundabout south. We've moved the sidewalk here so the pedestrian connectivity to the mall is a bit more direct. And we're also proposing to close the mall exit there, as this little section of road is quite short, and we have this 4-way stop. The mall exit would have been very close and potentially created some conflicts. As an added benefit, we will increase the amount of parking spaces available at the mall, as well as snow storage in the wintertime. Moving along to the roundabout itself, you can see here that the pathways and the sidewalks are much more direct. On the north side, coming down County Road 31, we do tie into the pedestrian connectivity around the roundabout. However, we do not carry off a sidewalk along the north side of County Road 2. However, pedestrians can cross County Road 2 and take the multi-use pathway along the south side of the road. You can also see that we've filled in some grass islands, which we were concerned would not be able to grow, would become muddy, would very minor areas to have to maintain. Moving on to the storm sewers. Along County Road 2, this applies east of the roundabout. No changes were made to the proposed storm sewers around the roundabout itself. However, moving east, we made an effort to find an optimal blend between open ditches and storm sewers. In some cases, the existing ditches had side slopes that were steeper than we would consider acceptable in a new design. And we found it much more conducive to having a storm sewer collecting water under those areas and bringing it to open ditched areas elsewhere. However, we will still have some deep ditches, and as we can see here, particularly just east of Pilot Way, we've proposed some riprap to reduce the maintenance requirements of some of those deep ditch areas. And we're hoping to see a large reduction in project cost by maintaining this blend of open ditches and storm sewers. In terms of landscaping, similar to the light poles, we've pulled the landscaping extents in from St. Lawrence Street to the west and to Pilot and Campbell at the east. The benches, and there was some landscaping associated with the benches, has been pulled to provisional only, and the number of trees and shrubs have been reduced to a happy medium where we still have a very aesthetically pleasing streetscape. However, the project cost, the installation cost of these items is kept to a minimum, and the maintenance requirements around them should be manageable as well. Our current cost projection based on the redesign is $3.4 million. This would include the contingency, engineering, during construction costs, contract administration, and other miscellaneous costs. Breaking that down, the counties would be responsible for 80% of that cost, and South Dundas would be responsible for 20%, so 2.72 million and 0.68 million respectively. We do have the 2.53 million pledged from the federal and provincial governments, which would cover the vast, the bulk of the work, and what's remaining, if we apportion that based on the 80-20 split, South Dundas would need to contribute approximately $160,000, and the counties would need to contribute approximately $650,000. These costs are based on the roughly on the unit rates that were provided in the 2020 tender of the original design. We wouldn't hold these values necessarily as being fixed. We would reassess when we receive the new tender and the new unit prices that we are intending to go out for, and the final cost will be determined at that time. The final apportioning of the federal and provincial funding may need tweaking as well, depending on the unit costs of the specific items, as they are attributed more towards municipal or county infrastructure. Upcoming dates today, we have this meeting. We intend to issue the tender tomorrow with your blessing and close on June 1st. At which time we will engage with South Dundas staff to discuss the costs to both parties, and the project would be awarded at a special council session, which we anticipate to be during the week of June 7th to June 11th. So as I indicated, we're looking for your blessing on these redesign items, and I'll turn over the floor to you now and hear from you.
Okay, take your screen now, Mike. Perfect. Thank you very much, Mike, for your presentation. Just to let council and the audience know that Mike worked with South Dundas staff, specifically our manager, our director of transportation, our economic development officer, and our CAO, along with Deputy Mayor Gardner and myself, on coming up with a still a decent project, but trying to scope it down that the dollars worked a little bit better. As we all know, the initial one was way overpriced, and I give kudos to Mike, not so much to Ben. Ben's more a supervisor. He knows that Mike's done a lot of work on not necessarily cutting corners, but being creative and coming up with plans, and that make hopefully this project work a little bit better. And we all know where construction costs have gone, so I think the old unit prices may not be as good as we like, but hopefully the new unit prices aren't totally skyrocketed that we can't get this project done yet. So I'll turn it over to council for comments. Deputy Mayor Gardner first.
Thanks, Mayor Byveld. Just a quick question. When we scoped out the lights, because our residents have looked at the streetscape as this, we've sold it as kind of this change or whatever. The decorative light poles are now provisional, correct?
No, sorry to clarify, the decorative light poles, which were previously proposed from one end of the project to the other end, and when I say project, along the full length of the road to be reconstructed. Now the decorative light poles will only span from St. Lawrence Street to Pilot and Campbell, and we will continue to use standard steel poles from Campbell to Laurier.
Okay. Okay. If there was money to be found, could those other ones be decorative?
We could switch back to decorative poles if there is money to be found. That could be taken care of as a change order during construction, yes.
Okay, it seems minor, but I know when we talked with the public, you know, just having that feel of an old street kind of thing to replace what was lost. The other question I have for you, Mike, is the redesign. Does it address? It sounds like it's going to address most of the concerns that flared up with the original design. Is that your feeling whenever we're talking about the businesses on the north side, that this new scaled down version seems to address their concerns?
I had worked with 4 businesses in particular along County Road 2 in the original design. And we had managed to come to an agreement with 3 of them that the proposed geometry along the road was satisfactory to them, and that we weren't necessarily taking anything away, and that we're ensuring that their needs were met. Those changes have been carried forward in the redesign. Particularly in the case of the concrete pads in front of one of the businesses. I believe we've even found more room for them.
Okay.
So everything that we worked towards in the first design has been maintained or improved in the second design.
Perfect. Thanks, Mike, and thank you, Mayor Byvelds.
Okay, Councillor Wells.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, Mike. I went over. I actually think this is a lot better design. It's not as elaborate, which I don't. I'm not an elaborate person. There's a lot of stuff like the businesses and concerns that has been addressed, which I like because I haven't heard any feedback. So it's good that way. The only concern I have is going to like the plants and shrubs and all that. Even though I know you reduced everything a lot, personally myself, I would just have rocks and river rock and everything, because at the end of the day, we had a nightmare up in Iroquois when the counties did that roundabout there. Like one of the business owners up there was a big article in the paper, and I went up and actually looked at it, and it just looked like I was in the bush somewhere. And that's something I don't want to see here. Like with these shrubs, hopefully they're miniatures, that they don't get big or whatever. But at the end of the day, that are the counties, or is it up to us to maintain them? Or hopefully it's in the contract that for the first year that the company that's supplying all this, or the contractor, that they're going to be watered and everything's going to take growth in that if we put all this in. So like I said, that's my only concern. Other than that, I like the new design. I think it's helping the businesses as far as the issues getting into their business. I think that was taken care of. So hopefully we can get this project going, keep it under budget, which I think we should be able to this time, and get her done. Thank you.
Okay, so Mike, comment on the shrubbery. I know that the Iroquois example, you weren't here, so we can't blame you on that, but Ben can take that fault. The trees there's not very many trees still alive back there. Trust me on that. I looked yesterday, but it's always a challenge. Any thoughts on how we're going to keep them alive and who's going to keep them alive?
Yeah, I can speak to this issue. So with regards to the center feature of the roundabout itself, there will be no plantings in the roundabout. We will be going with river rock, and it will be a very low maintenance center feature on the roundabout. Moving out from the roundabout, amongst the pathways, the multi-use pathway, the sidewalks, the bulk of that will be grass, and the bulk of the landscaping will be trees. In terms of the size of the features anyway. There will be specific shrub beds proposed along County Road 2 on the north and south side, and those will separate the road and the sidewalk, or the sidewalk from the limit of the right of way, to provide some aesthetically pleasing image to the road. You know, you don't want it to be too boring. And so we are proposing mainly trees, which can be fairly hardy. We do know that there does tend to be some die off after plantings, and the contract documents will be written that there will be a warranty period on the trees. I don't have the exact number off the top of my head right now, but if you're interested in that, I can get that to you.
Council Wells, that's satisfactory?
Yeah, it sounds good, Mayor, and thanks, Mike.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Councillor Lewis, please.
I like the look of the new design. The only question I have, and it might be, I just don't understand why we're going out to re-tender. Since this tender was already awarded, how come we're not working with that company? I don't understand why we're putting it back out for tender. I need an explanation on that.
Okay, Ben or Mike, whoever wants to do the contract law here.
Is that you, Ben?
Yeah, I'll take that one. Yeah, the tender was not awarded. Just for clarity, county council rejected the tender, so there is no accepted bid on it. So we do have to go out to tender again, and we really do hope to see the same amount of interest in this project as we go out to retender again. So that's the answer.
Okay, thank you. I understood that it was awarded, but you said it wasn't, so it's not. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilor Mellon.
Yeah, a few things. You mentioned the pedestrian pathway. They've been reduced. Is that right, Michael?
Yes, they have been reduced.
And how much? Like, there's nothing on the north side now?
So the intent is to direct traffic to the south side, and the multi-use pathway extends from St. Lawrence to Pilot on the south side.
Okay, how many crosswalks?
Where there would be 2 at the roundabout, and I believe there are 2 further east.
Not enough. McEwen Gas Bar and the Canadian Tire entrance, you said you redeveloped it or redesigned it from the first one. What are we doing at that? What are we doing there?
Returned it to the existing geometry, more or less.
So what's there now?
Yes.
So in other words, you'll be going out on 31 highway if you want to get out of Canadian Tire or McEwen's, because that roundabout never stops. All you got to do is go to Kempville and trying to get off 416. And I've actually drove into Kempville, turn right, go into Kempville, go around the roundabout, go over the 416 to come home. That's been one of the things that I've questioned all along. If that roundabout is busy, it's going to be next. You mentioned riprap in the ditching down on the, I guess, the east end. I'm hoping this isn't going to look like a municipal drain riprap job. You know, we got a beautiful roundabout, or, you know, you're doing a lot of work here. And as soon as I heard the word riprap with large blast rock or quarry rock or whatever, I just sent a picture through my head that maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it'll look good. Maybe you can make it look good if it's a deep ditch, but I would caution on that. The biggest issue, I think, I'm hoping you can make it work in McEwen Gas Bar entrance on number 2 and the Canadian Tire entrance, because that's going to be a congested area, very congested. It was, you know, that was identified, I think, as far as I was concerned, right at the very start. And the tender May 11th. Well, we don't have a lot of time. We guess. I'll be perfectly honest with you. I would have appreciated this information maybe, I don't know, 24 hours in advance instead of 12. But here we are. You're going to go into tender tomorrow. Well, tomorrow is 5 hours away. I don't know. The McEwen Gas Bar entrance and the Canadian Tire, and, you know, seeing this for the first time tonight, and it's going to go to tender tomorrow. Yeah, quite honestly, that bothers me. But that's all I have for right now, Mayor Byvells.
Okay, Mike, you want to comment on some of the reasonings we had behind what we did there? I know that I don't disagree with Councilor Mellon. There's challenges there now, and those challenges probably won't get any better. It may even get worse. But anyway, I'll let you go there before I put my foot further in my mouth. Or Ben
Sure.
can- either one of you can talk. There's, it's past issues are real hard to fix, I think.
Yeah, maybe I'll start, Mike, if you don't mind, and then I'll let you pick up what I miss. I know we had a really long look at that entrance, and we were certainly looking to improve it. I think actually what we are proposing here is better, and for the reason that instead of having a taper and a merge lane, that gets eliminated. So the roundabout actually controls the traffic and what kind of traffic's coming at that entrance a little bit better. So we think that this is an improvement, and that's why we felt satisfied to leave it the way it is now, and then ascertain how the operation is going afterwards. That's always something we can go back in the future and still try and make some headway to try and improve that if it still seems to be a problem after this work is done. Because I can attest, we spent a lot of time and effort with both McEwen's and Canadian Tire to see if we could actually get some kind of cooperation and a joint entrance, and we were unsuccessful in that endeavor. So we really got kind of jammed, and we felt like at least what's proposed in this project is going to be an improvement from our opinion compared to what's there today, and we still have the flexibility to do more in the future if we do need to do more, but it's outside of this project. So Mike, if there's anything more you want to add. You're muted, Mike.
Sorry, I said yes. I'd like to speak to the comment on crosswalks, and so before we did have more sidewalk and more crosswalk, and unfortunately we found that those items quickly increased in price, and cuts did have to be made somewhere. So we're aiming for a balance in pedestrian connectivity, and more crosswalks can be added later. More sidewalk, they can be extended when money can be found for them. So at this time, the harsh reality is we had to find cuts somewhere, and that was one of the things that had to go in a sense. So that's what you see on there, I think is the best that we could do at this time with the money that we have. For the riprap and the deep ditches, I don't argue that we could build it and it may not look the nicest. However, one of the comments that we were receiving was that the deep ditches, particularly with the steep side slopes, were difficult to maintain, difficult to push mow, and the ground that the people maintaining these ditches were standing on was a bit soft at the bottom, and maintenance was just an issue. So what we're hoping to achieve here is a material that doesn't require mowing, and what grows up through it can be easily weeded. And the material helps to distribute their weight, and so it's something else to try to solve that problem, and maybe alleviate the issues on the part of the local landowners.
Okay. Any comments on the timelines? I know that I don't disagree with Councilor Mellon that this is tight, and we're just throwing it on the table tonight and say, we're hoping that you approve of what has been accomplished to get to where we have. We started these meetings right after the tender was rejected by county council, and there's no fault in Mike's. He's been pushing our consultants to the ninth to try to get this stuff done, and he literally just got the tender documents Friday. So there's not a lot of time space between then and now. We could delay it. We can say, well, we'll wait another month and do some more thinking. That's certainly up to this council if they want to delay the project. Your challenge is it is now May the 10th. If we wait another 2 weeks, we'll be into June, and from experience, personal experience in doing construction starting 1st of August, it will not be done by winter. We're lucky we're going to even get close to it now. So I know they pulled it off in Long Sault way back when, but it does present some challenges. The timelines are not great. I will admit that. But I know I'm not blaming Mike or Ben for them at all. It's there's some other people that didn't get their work done, and yeah, it's a lot of redesign, but you wouldn't think it would take that long, but it is what it is, and here we are. My personal take on it is that I still think it's a good concept. It still will give South Dundas and Morrisburg and the counties something that we'll be proud of when we get done. And if in the end there's money or savings to be had and we have money left over and the counties have money left over, then we certainly will work with whoever the contractor is, and maybe we'll add a few things on. The storm sewers, you know, the filling the ditches were the killers. They were just astronomical dollars. I think it was $1 million just on that alone. So would have been nice. Sure, I totally 100% agree. Lots of things that are nice that you can't really afford, and you have to come up with a better plan. If it was your own money, your own dollar, that's fair enough. But we certainly have enough money from the feds and the province to do up to a little over $3 million project. After that, they're ours. So I think, as I said, I think we've come up with a concept that is simplified a bit, but still gives us a good streetscape to work with. I know Rob was very adamant that we still kept the major concepts within it, and he worked hard to do so. Some of us worked hard on trying to simplify pathways and roadways, and I still believe in the end it's a good concept, and I do hope that all of council, at least the majority, does back the concept of going ahead tomorrow and deal with it. I do apologize for the late timing, but it is what it is, and that's not an excuse. It's the reality of the situation right now. I'll first go to, I know Councillor Wells has his hand up, but Councillor Mallon, does that may not satisfy all your questions or concerns, but at least put some context to them?
Yeah, you know, it is what.
I wouldn't say it is what it is. It's a bad way of saying it, but it's a challenge that if we want to do something, we're going to have to push her a bit.
I guess in the long run, the pathways or the sidewalks we can, you know, we can add in, you know, in later years down the road, or when money becomes available, especially the north ones, or we want to extend those, you know. As far as, you know, what I think the riprap, if it's done right, can be, you know, presentable, I guess. Obviously, I do agree, you know, storm sewers would be nice, but it's a money thing. I'm just not sure on the gas bar and the Canadian Tire entranceway, is, I think, Ben, you alluded to that, you know, might be able to, you know, we might be able to fix that up if it doesn't work. You think it's going to be better than what's there now? I'm not an engineer. I just wheel and deal a car up and down the road, and I see where there could be issues, but we'll, I guess I can support this tonight because I don't want to see it put back. You know, if we put it back, you know, we're going to be going back to the drawing board and, you know, trying to find money that we don't have and the counties don't have probably. And I don't imagine the feds and the province are going to give us any more. So we are where we are, and maybe we can make this work. But and not anything against Ben or Michael. Like, I mean, you know, on May 10th, when we get to look at it for the first time, and, you know, unfortunately, we're going to go to tender May 11th. I guess that's all I got to say, Mayor Byveld.
Okay, Councillor Wells.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I just want to add some additional comments. Like I definitely think this design is good, Mike. Like, everything's good. And I agree with Councillor Mellon, and I agree with Mayor Byveld. Definitely want to go forward. And Councillor Mellon's concerned about McEwen and Canadian Tire. The only thing I believe, and Councillor Mellon, like, I've been in Kempville, and I agree with you. Sometimes you got to go with the traffic. But what I think with McEwen's and Canadian Tire, they both have 2 entrances. So what's going to happen once this gets going, there's going to be a little cluster maybe at the beginning, but the drivers will educate themselves that if they want to go to get in the traffic, they'll go out the east entrance there, go in with traffic, and same with people that want to go west. If someone wants to go east, they're not going to go to the west entrance of McEwen's and try to go east. And Canadian Tire has the same thing. They get the far west entrance where they can come east, and they got the one there to the east where they can marry into the traffic. So I know it's going to be probably bad at the beginning, but overall, I think the drivers will educate themselves. Going to the riprap, I agree with Mike about those ditches as far as maintenance for whether we're doing it or the counties or whoever's doing it is just, it's unbelievable. You take the riprap, and I'm sure Mike, as I haven't seen the tender document, that there'll be like a geotech cloth underneath the riprap and all that stuff. So the maintenance will be down to like absolutely probably nothing. If there is, it'd be very minimal. So I think as far as like the riprap, like Councillor Mellon was alluding to, is good. And as far as the rest, the drivers will educate themselves, because you know how people, there's road rage. They're going to figure out how to get in the traffic quicker, and just fortunate that both of those businesses has 2 entrances, so it'll make it a lot easier. So I'm all forward to and getting back to again time. And I understand, I agree with Archie, but I also understand construction engineering firms. You can push them as much as you want. You may as well just go for a walk, because they're going to take their time or whatever. So it's here now. I like the price of everything. The budget came down. The cost is going to cost us taxpayers are substantially lower, which is good for our taxpayers. So I just like a little kudos to you guys, Mike and Ben. I think it's good, and we move forward and get this project done, and it'll be a great addition to our municipality. Thank you.
Okay, any further comments, Deputy Mayor Gardner? Councilor Lewis? Councilor Mellon? Okay. Not sure we have a motion to go ahead. I think there's a general consensus here. I know that we have concerns, and you know, it looks like the clerk's magically appearing. So anyway, before I get her to read a motion, I do thank Mike especially, and Ben as the background. I know there's always lessons to be learned in hindsight. I think in hindsight, if we had Canadian Tire and McEwen's today, we would probably make a street out of it and force everything to go the right way. But water under the bridge, so now we work what it is. I think Councilor Wells has some points that we monitor the flow, and if worse comes to worse, we may have to direct traffic to go in certain directions to make sure it works. So but you know, I've heard comments that, you know, without the stoplights to stop traffic, it's going to be really hard at times to get in between where you want to get in, whether you're turning left or turning right out of entrances. So it'll be a new experience. Hopefully it's not as bad as number 2 in Kempville, because that has been alluded to tonight. It is the worst. You get TSC, you might as well go west, because going east is impossible. So any further comments from Mike or Ben on this? Okay, well, thank you, gentlemen. Madam Clerk?
Mr. Mayor, are we just looking for a resolution to approve the project to proceed?
Yes.
Okay. So I have moved by Deputy Mayor Gardner and second by Councillor Lewis that council approve to proceed with the roundabout project in Morrisburg. Does that work, or do you want more than that?
I believe that it'll work. It'll give us, as Mike has alluded to it, our blessing. You didn't want to put that in a motion, because I don't think that's proper wording. But anyway, I think the counties do need to feel comfortable that we as a major partner are comfortable with what's been presented. So Sure, you can read, you've read that motion. Any further comments? Seeing none, all heard the motion. Those in favor of the motion? Opposed, if any? Motion carries. Go to her, gentlemen. Keep us informed, please.
Thank you very much, and have a good evening and a good meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Good night.
Thank you.
I think we've lost, Deputy Clerk, have we lost the inspector for this evening?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Byvelds. Yes, Inspector Hemrick just let me know via email that he sends his regrets. He won't be able to connect today due to internet issues. He did say he wished to return to council at some point to finish the.
I'm the only one left?
Yeah, we do.
Okay.
The inspector's left, so we will have, please invite him back for our next meeting on May 25th. We'll make sure he's a priority item on that night.
Thank you.
Okay, so with that, then we'll move on to our third delegation. With us this evening is Terry O'Reilly, a resident of Iroquois and also a business owner from the city of Brockville with Price X, well known in the area. He requested last week to come to council to have a discussion concerning the Iroquois water tower design. So Terry, welcome to South Dundas Council.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I don't know if I start video as well. There we are. Again, thank you for receiving my representation this evening. The first thing I want to make clear, though, is that it's not just Terry O'Reilly making a representation. I'm representing the views of a significant and I think growing number of members of the Iroquois community within South Dundas. This group includes many individual residents. I have a list with me actually of more than 20 resident families that I can read out to you if required. And there has not yet been any kind of community canvass of any kind thus far. The preliminary group also includes a number of local business leaders, a partial list of whom includes Jamie Thompson, Darlene Riddell, David Lapierre, Jim Mustard, and Bruce Mullen. It's our sincere hope that we can avoid unnecessary public controversy with this issue and that we can work out amendment in a timely manner. But some of the above group, including Catherine and I, are prepared to make financial commitments if some sort of campaign is required. But I mention this just to give you a sense of the strength of concern and feeling there is about this. The purpose and intent of this presentation this evening is certainly not to pick a fight with council or present anything ugly. It is not to call into question your good intentions as a council, and neither is it our wish or intention to be adversarial with council. We do, however, have what we believe is a situation of an innocently mistaken assessment on the part of council that's worthy of council's further consideration. And I think my time is limited tonight, so I by your agenda, so I may need to be more blunt about certain things than I would otherwise wish to be, and I'll beg your indulgence and understanding in that respect. And I would also invite your further discourse when I've concluded my representations. We believe that you made a certain decision in respect of the chieftain emblem on the Iroquois water tower with the best of good intentions, but we disagree with that decision and wish to appeal for your reconsideration and amendment of that decision. First, as to the issue of what the icon represents and its political incorrectness or correctness, as the case might be, I do want to be clear that I sincerely sympathize, and I do so as deeply as anyone, with the wrongs that were suffered by Indigenous people through the residential school saga. We believe, however, that that issue really has no relationship or bearing on this issue, none whatsoever. We also recognize the continuing need for improved overall political correctness amongst non-Indigenous Canadians in respect of matters relating to Indigenous Canadians. But again, we believe there is also the danger of going in wrong directions or potentially going in wrong directions if political correctness becomes even accidentally excessive. So while we must try to rectify bad things, we must be careful not to dispose of things which are very good in the doing of that, things that are positive and respectful. If it is truly believed that the emblem has been revered as part of our, the emblem that has been revered as part of our community identity for a long while, including the present, is actually offensive and should be withdrawn, then what would be next? Withdraw the very name of the local Iroquois community in the name of political correctness? And the same question would apply, for example, to Iroquois Falls and the hundreds, if not thousands, of streets with that name across Canada. But I don't think any of us would think of this because this is not that. And we must be all clear, I think, that it is not. This is not that. Clearly, the name is not offensive, and neither is the emblem that has been associated with the name for so many years. It has been an inoffensive part of the Iroquois community and continues to be. And interestingly, in this respect, we have ships regularly going through our own Iroquois lock bearing an emblem that is not at all dissimilar from the one that's been on our local water tower for a very long time. And I will add that this other emblem is also borne inoffensively on the stacks of non-Indigenous owned ships. I can show you a picture right now. I'm not sure about council's time and what your normal practices are, but if you would like, I do have a picture here I could show you. I think the real point, though, is, and it, first of all, it is the truth and it's provable. But if you, I think there is no offense shown nor taken by those other similar emblems, for example, on the ships. And like in our Iroquois community, they are objects of respect and affection. The icon or emblem that's been associated with Iroquois for so long is not a disrespectful caricature. It's not some horribly distorted representation of an Indigenous person. It is a respectfully presented emblem of identity with this community. And it's similarly viewed with respect and affection by residents of the immediate Iroquois community and many in the nearby surrounding area. We believe, in fact, that its removal would eliminate the open recognition and respect that it represents, and thus political correctness to an excess, even an unintended one, would actually cause a loss and not an improvement. In addition, the emblem is deeply tied to the heritage of many who grew up here. It has been present for well over 60 years. It's been prevalent in local schools and sports teams. It was left off once and there was a to-do about it and it was painted back on. So there's a statement of community will in the past as well as today. It is certainly a part of memory and heritage, to be sure, for many. And there are many, many other examples. I think all of you can probably think of a few too. This icon in Iroquois is not disrespect. It is a lasting, respectful recognition. And it is indeed a long-standing part of the Iroquois community identity. And I think identity is an important word here. So we appeal to you to change this decision because although we know it was well intended, we're asking you to see that in this light, thusly imbued with the senses of respect, affection, and identity, and the strength of feeling that I've tried to present here on behalf of the group of people I'm representing, we hope you can see that maybe this has just turned out to be a flawed decision with good intention notwithstanding. And we do respect that your decision was taken with good intention. That said, if this alone would not move you to reconsider the decision, We also believe that given the extent to which the emblem has for many been deeply fastened to community identity, the decision also lacked adequate community consultation. And this will be our position going forward if we're required to appeal for ministerial intervention, for example. We do also understanding that the painting project has already begun, and we do not wish to bring additional cost or delay if it can be avoided. But we also understand that we do have a little time to work on this further if council is agreeable, since the name application part will come later in the project. We also understand that councils, for good reasons, usually avoid the reversal of decisions, but we also know that that's not an absolute, that there are and should be occasional exceptions. We believe that this is a case that's worthy of being one of those infrequent exceptions, and that on its merits, this request should not be rejected just out of the general rule of avoiding decision changes. This is, we think, a worthy exception and hope you do too. We're asking council to simply acknowledge that it has now received apparently strong input from the local Iroquois community on this matter, that it has been made aware of strong feeling and conviction on the matter, of which it was not previously aware, and that on this basis, we are asking council to change its decision in these circumstances. And on behalf of the residents and business people that I represent in this matter, I'm open to questions or discourse with council. I'm not sure what your procedures call for in these respects.
Okay. Okay,
Thank
Terry.
you again for allowing us to make a presentation to you.
Great. Well, thanks for your presentation, Terry. I will ask council if they have any questions for you in respect of your request. I will add it to our discussion items tonight if we have if we want to reconsider our former decisions, and they were done twice. I'm not sure. I would have to talk to the clerk if we actually had resolutions supporting them at that time, or they were just directives to council. So, Deputy Mayor Gardner.
Thanks, Mayor Byvelds. It's just a comment. I hear what you're saying, and I respect what you're saying. My conversation around this piece is actually not born of political correctness. I am somebody who has gotten their hands dirty protecting history, promoting history, quite a few historical projects within South Dundas. So I absolutely value the identity of a community, etc. However, I am also somebody who sat in the Seaway Gymnasium when we talked about what can we do to save our schools. I am somebody who has sat and had conversations about potential doctors and what they look for in communities. I am somebody who has had conversations around economic development and tourism, none of which have the air of political correctness, but more about working hard to have sustainability in South Dundas and give our residents service that they required, potential businesses that they require, an education that they require, and potential something as simple as healthcare. So when I spoke of the symbol on the water tower, it was more in a sense of not disrespect to the folks that put it up there, not disrespect to the concept of it and the pride behind it, but that was in the 1970s and the 1980s. And back then we did not have we did not have orange t-shirt days that our kids go and wear orange t-shirts. We did not have red dress day when you're talking about that type of thing. We, in 2021, The dialogue's changed somewhat, and I thought it was a good opportunity to force out Dundas to be part of that dialogue and that recognition of how things had changed in 2021. I appreciate the folks that you mentioned. I've worked with the folks that you've mentioned on various community projects, and I am absolutely not dismissing what you're presenting tonight. I'm just clearly stating that my intention, if you will, and you've said that, was not an intention of disregard or disrespect, but more of looking to the future, to the young families that we want to attract, to the doctors that we hope take up here, to a high school that we hope thrives and survives, and the things that are necessary around that. And there is a risk that that symbol, while beloved by the Iroquois residents, could be misinterpreted by future doctors, future residents, that type of thing. And it is also on a municipal infrastructure, a South Dundas municipal infrastructure. And just to be clear, I don't agree with the Canadian Tire on the symbol on the water tower in Morrisburg either. I think they're municipal infrastructures, and I think that they're South Dundas municipal infrastructures and should be labeled as such. So that's just my thoughts, but I do appreciate your presentation tonight. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay, Council Wells.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, the reason I was never against this. I'm not this. I was never actually good in history, so to go back to saying what was going on, but for me, at the time, I was just trying to keep the cost down as far as going out for tender. But saying that, like the public, like I have no issues with it. And I said back then, it's not, as far as putting the individual symbol on there, cost wise, with all the graphics in it, everything, it's not going to cost a lot. But like the people are speaking up, I'm like, I have no issues putting it back on. It's I know back when we first started, there was a lot of letters to the editor about there was a bunch of school kids and that there's a whole bunch of different comments, mixed emotions, and it was like 50-50, whatever. For me, there's money there. We have a contingency for it. I never really went one way or the other. Like I'm for it. If the publics are speaking their mind, we're here to listen. So I would have no issues obliging. I know it means a lot to Iroquois. To deputy mayors about doctors and all that. At the end of the day, I can't believe it would cause any concern about people coming and seeing a symbol on there. And again, maybe it would, maybe it wouldn't. I'm not a history person, but I think like the people came forward, you guys came forward, so I would definitely, we would work to see what could move forward with it. And I'm not saying no. So we'll have a discussion about it and we'll go from there. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilor Lewis.
Good evening, Terry. Whenever we talked about the water tower in Iroquois, I was not against putting the Indian back on because I, born and raised in this area, every time we went through Iroquois, I always looked up at the water tower. Don't ask me why, but I always looked up and there was that figurine. And when it come to a vote, I voted that I wanted to put back on, but at the end of the day, that didn't happen. But I'm still at where I think it should be put back on the top of the water tower. Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Mellon.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Byvelds. You know, I never looked at the emblem on the water tower being disrespectful or demeaning, I guess, if you will. But times they are changing. And the fact of the matter is, if I think there's one person out there that would drive through South Dundas and take offense to the fact that that Indian emblem head is on the tower, that's one person I don't want to, that's one person too many. You know, it's easy for myself to sit here and say I don't find offense to it. But the fact of it is, I'm not got Indigenous heritage or culture, you know. I made a mention to one individual that if they had a leprechaun on a water tower because they called the place, I don't know, Shamrock, I might have a different opinion. And a lot of people could look around and say, you know, what are you, what are you trying to, what's the message you're trying to portray here? And I just don't think that having that Indian head on there diminishes what Iroquois is and has been and will continue to be going into the future. So to me, I think this is the time that, you know, with the reconciliation that's going on, and you've mentioned that, Terry, but I think this is time for us to, across the board, have the same thing, you know, a unified image in South Dundas with both water towers. And I don't think that the Indian head right now, I don't believe it should be on the water tower.
Okay. Any comments back to council on all the comments you've heard, Terry, to wrap it up?
Well, in respect of consistency of image, I don't think anybody is opposed to the South Dundas logo being there as well. And I guess the only other thing I would say, and I do appreciate everyone having listened sincerely and providing their comments. When we talk about losing one person that wouldn't come because they would see that, if that's been a factor, it certainly hasn't been evident. But there are people who do come here because of, in part, the charm and that this represents in the association with the name Iroquois, which is clearly an indigenous name. We're asking you to reopen this and hold it if the flavor is that you need to hear more of the community. That I can tell you that the group that I'm representing is they've indicated their willingness to canvass the entire village if that is necessary. I don't think it should be though, because I think most of you people know most of them, and they probably are a pretty good representative if I speak of the people named as the business community, and you would equally recognize the other people that are on the list of current supporters. And as I say, we've done no canvas. So there really is, I think you should consider that this community was not directly consulted on its preference in that respect. And in the absence of a proper consultation, I think the decision may wind up being up in the air anyway. Pardon the pun, I don't mean up in the air where the water tower is. But I think we're asking you to stop this and reconsider, maybe talk about a little further about it. And if you need to assure yourselves of anything more about the passion and feeling of the community, I'm quite certain we can, without much difficulty, bring forward petitions that would exemplify that. We certainly, in any case, are respectfully requesting you to consider the reversal and either open this or resume the community identity that was up there along with the name.
Okay, thank you for your comments, Terry. Deputy Mayor Gardner has one more comment, and if there's any other councilors, I certainly open to that, and then we'll wrap the session up, please.
Thanks, Mayor Byveld. I'm just wondering, in speaking with the community, if you, if there was any discussion about alternative ways to connect. I understand the attachment with landmarks, and I also understand that Iroquois is going to get some fabulous historic plaques that were not down by the waterfront before. And I'm just wondering if there is possible alternatives that just, you know, I'm not saying, you know, folks in the community, because to be honest with you, I have heard from the folks that you mentioned, but I've also heard the equal number of folks that support my my vote. But I'm just wondering if there's any alternative way to look at honoring the past, other than that water tower.
I think
Go ahead, Terry.
it is not just the past, it is an association and an identity that people still feel here. And there's a respect for what the route was. I'm not sure, Deputy Mayor, how many of these people would slice and dice the options, but certainly if there's some other suggestion, I know they are all reasonable people.
I'm just curious because you have folks from outside of Iroquois who see that as a South Dundas landmark now. And you know, since amalgamation, we are South Dundas, and quite a few of them do not want that identity associated with a South Dundas. So when you're talking about putting the names, you know, I like the village names, but you know, and the South Dundas thing, and then putting this other emblem, you are immediately connecting the rest of South Dundas who may not have similar views to the folks that you're speaking. So I believe in conversation, I believe in listening, and I also believe that sometimes you can find some alternatives that honor what you're speaking to, but potentially allow us to move it forward a little bit.
Go ahead, Terry.
I think you speak of a lot of people, and I'm not sure what the measure of that is outside of Iroquois. And I should also tell you that I didn't start this. I had some people come to me to talk to me about it, but I felt the same way. But people outside that we used to call, say, Matilda, who've been around, and I think you've heard from some people who are outside Iroquois but familiar with it and used to going into it. Those that I've spoken to, I haven't heard anyone say that they were opposed. In fact, the ones that I've spoken to have indicated that they think it should stay there. So in that respect, if what it requires is, you know, some sort of overwhelming majority of representation, or at least one that is compelling, I think you put this on pause. Our group is quite confident that they can get an opportunity for people to say yay or nay on a petition over a pretty short period of time. But whether that can be done properly in a time frame that doesn't interfere with the completion of this painting, that may be doubtful. But amongst this group of people that have been speaking about it, and as I say, there's a list here of over 20 residents and resident families and these businesses. Their sense is that this is something that the community wants to keep, not let go of, and it shouldn't be made an issue of that they have to have reasons to keep it. It should need really, really compelling reasons to change it, because it is recognized as an identity issue.
Okay, any further comments from any members of council at this time? We will bring it back for discussion to give Terry and his group an answer one way or the other at our discussion session of section 11. So
I think it's better, if I may, Mr. Mayor,
a small comment, please.
I think it's better we try to do this other than what will happen. There is a pretty firm resolve with the group, even to petition the minister on the basis of lack of consultation. That, of course, would result in controversy. We are not trying to bring that about, and I know you're not. But I would hope that you would open yourselves to this a bit so that we can avoid going that path. There is, I'm only going to try to convey to you, there's a pretty firm commitment in a pretty solid group here in the Iroquois community.
Okay.
But once again, thank you all for the opportunity to speak to you. We've requested your consideration and we leave it with you. Thanks again for your courtesy and working with us tonight.
Okay, thank you, Terry. And with that, we wrap up our delegation section. We are going to have a 5-minute break right now where all council will just go mute and stop video. We'll keep the live connection rolling so people know that we're not doing anything. So 7:43 on my computer right now. We will meet at 7:48. Thank you. I have 7:48 on my clock. Is all council ready to roll again? Okay. So we'll move into, staff is all good. Move on to action requests this evening. First one is ES 2021-11 municipal beach fees. Madam
Moved
Clerk.
by Councillor Mellon, second by Deputy Mayor Gardner, that council accept report ES 2021-11 to approve option 2 to proceed with parking fees at the Morrisburg and Iroquois waterfronts.
Okay, Austin, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. The report you have in front of you this evening is concerning municipal beach fees. As discussed at the last meeting, Council directed staff to present various options to potentially introduce a fee system at the Iroquois and Morrisburg Beach. Staff have reached out to surrounding municipalities, cities, and St. Lawrence Parks Commission to discuss their beach operations and how they control crowd control during the ongoing pandemic. In addition, staff researched multiple solutions, which included entrance fees, parking kiosks, and seasonal passes, all of which could limit the volume of patrons that utilize each beach during the summer months. In 2020, all surrounding beaches were closed during the ongoing pandemic. However, in 2021, the St. Lawrence Parks Commission and City of Ottawa are planning to open all of their beaches with a capacity limit, which is expected to reduce the overall foot traffic at each South Dundas location. If council chooses to move forward with introducing a fee structure at the Morrisburg and Iroquois waterfront, the recommendation is that council choose option 2 and install parking kiosks at each beach. The parking kiosk would be utilized during the beach operating hours and would be enforced by bylaw, which would eliminate the requirement for additional staff. With that being said, staff would like council to note that there is a concern with installing kiosks at each beach, as the Morrisburg Beach has multiple access points, thus potentially requiring the installation of kiosks at the Morrisburg Dock, Ball Diamonds, and Splash Pad parking lots. Staff would also like council to note that the Recreation Master Plan was previously approved in the 2021 budget. The plan will look into waterfront parking and fee structures within the Parks and Recreation Department. In addition, the scheduled waterfront safety audit will provide guidance for waterfront safety enhancements, policies, and procedures within South Dundas. And if council has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them at this time.
Okay, thanks. Comments, questions, concerns? Deputy Mayor Gardner, start.
Yeah, read the report. Still don't agree with fees of any kind. I think it's another backward move. And I think that overwhelmingly trying to control the access points is going to be one of your biggest headaches. I think that asking teenagers or kids that go to the beach by themselves for ID to prove that they're residents, I don't agree with any of this. And I think it goes against, I think it's a knee-jerk reaction to the pandemic. And I think that in any other year, we would be working on capitalizing on those visitors. And we did receive, some feedback, and, it didn't change my mind because I was against it to begin with. So I don't agree with any of this. I think I applaud you, Austin, for comparables. However, some of the comparables, comparing Millrush Beach to Morrisburg Beach is a kiwi and a pineapple. So I just I think it's going to send the wrong message. I think it's a huge nasty headache. I think that when we have volunteer committees like the Morrisburg Waterfront Committee, I did hear from a no from Iroquois as well, and the Tourism Committee and the Economic Development Committee are all saying that this is going absolutely against what they're trying to achieve. Then in my mind, if we do this, then we might as well look at folding up those committees, because I know they add a lot of work to my my day. So,
Councilor Wells.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I have a different outlook on things. I'm agreeing with all the feedback that came back. I got all the emails. The reason I started, I'm actually the one that started this in the last meeting, because all I heard last year was we can't use our own beach. There's people coming in and going this. So what I did, I put it out there at the last meeting, just, okay, we'll charge a fee, see if it's, let the residents have more access. Maybe I don't slow down in traffic. And what Deputy Mayor said, like, I'm agreeing, like all the emails I got, and I got quite a few that were in disagreement to charging, which to me now, you know what? We're here to listen to the public. I never had one person email me and tell me, Councillor Wells, that was good. We want to charge people, and not one. So there was like, I don't know how many exactly, but there was enough. So at the end of the day, I'm here to listen to the public, and the public wants, they don't like the idea of fees and that. So I'm changing my mind that we just continue the way you are. And hopefully, Austin, if we get in a situation like we did last year, you and your staff have things in order to, we dealt with it quick last year. Danielle did a great job dealing with it. Just again this year. But like this, like I said, I don't want, if I go out there, like I said, no one came to me and said, well, I put on the table, and Councillor Mellon and Councillor Lewis, I'm not saying nothing for them, but we put it on the table, and I put it on the table because that's what I heard last year. People didn't have access to their own stuff, so I put it out there and people spoke. So now, you know what? I listen to people. If they don't want the thing, they put us in there. I don't want it now either. We'll just stick to what we got. Thank you.
Councillor Lewis.
First of all, Austin, I'd like to thank you and your staff for your hard work on this report. But I'm in the same category as Councillor Wells. Last year when COVID-19 come along, I got more emails and more phone calls than you can shake a stick at. That the residents of South Dundas, they were tired of out-of-towners coming to our beaches, overcrowding our beaches, dirtying our beaches, and it was crazy. I had two phones going at the same time. So I was like Councillor Wells, I put it on the table that this is what the people of South Dundas want. And I read every email that we got also, and everybody thinks that council is making a bad decision, and so on and so forth. Well, I don't want to say it is a bad decision. It was a decision that was made by the people in 2020, and now they have gone the other way. So if our beaches get overcrowded, so on and so forth, as far as I'm concerned, there will be no fee. We will lay this to rest. And I have no more to say about the issues at the beaches. Thank you.
Councillor Mellon.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Byvells. As you so aptly put, last time we had the discussion at the last meeting, I was sitting on a fence. And my biggest problem was the overcrowding of the beach and whatever happens with COVID coming this summer. And if there's going to be any restrictions, I'm hearing on the radio today in my tractor that, it could be extended into June. Some measures could be extended. So my biggest problem I had was hearing from the people last year that the beaches were overcrowded. I don't want another, excuse the phrase, shit show like we had last year down on their waterfront. But that being said, if the other beaches are going to be open in their surrounding area, then that's what affected us so much last year, was the beaches and pools and whatnot in their surrounding area, communities, municipalities, cities. And that just funneled everybody into South Dundas. The only thing I guess, if you will, and I've read the emails too, and everybody said we're doing a knee-jerk reaction. Well, I'm going to support option 3, but we haven't got a solution if we get into that, and we're going to have a knee-jerk reaction if our beaches get overcrowded, if we're having restrictions on our beaches, because Austin has said in his report that the beaches are going to be open, I believe, in Ottawa and probably maybe in parks and with some restrictions. We don't know what those restrictions will be for the other areas, and we don't know what the restrictions are going to be, if any, for ourselves. So we really don't have a plan if we go with option 3, and everybody's saying, oh, we're doing a knee-jerk reaction. Well, we're trying to protect ourselves a little bit. I think we need to have staff come back and just putting up signs. I'm sorry. You know, I know what's going to happen. Our phones are going to be ringing off the wall the first time our beaches are overcrowded and somebody wants to go down with their kids or grandkids from a resident from South Dundas and they can't get in, and because it's totally overcrowded. Or they don't feel safe because it is overcrowded, and they feel uncomfortable because it is overcrowded and nobody's social distancing the whole 9 yards. So we need, as far as I'm concerned, I'll support option 3, no fees, but I think we need to have something in place of how we're going to handle it. Let's hope, you know, plan for the best, hope for, yeah, plan for the best and hope for the worst, or whatever you want to, you know, we got to have something, because I just don't want us the first hot day in June, and they will come, and all of a sudden, you know, it's going to be a Saturday and everybody's going to be screaming, and, you know, we really don't have anything to how we're going to deal with that situation if it comes about. I'm hoping it doesn't. I think very likely we won't have that situation, but let's plan for the worst and hope for the best. That's the phrase I was trying to look for. But I'll go with option 3, no fees, but I'm just apprehensive. Maybe I'm getting old and grouchy in my old age. I don't know, but I'm just thinking there's going to, if we go into that period again where we're totally overwhelmed and the people from South Dundas who paid for those beaches through their tax dollars can't use their beach because there's people from Montreal, Cornwall, Ottawa, wherever. Sure, it's a great tourist track. Sure, it's probably, you know, an economic driver, an economic stimulus, because people will use those things. But that's my biggest problem is the last time, and it's still in the back of my head. But let's go with option 3, no fees. But I think we need to have something, some way that we're going to deal with this when it happens on a Saturday or a Sunday and our phones are ringing off the hook, and Austin's going to be scrambling and staff are going to be scrambling because we're going to, you know, that's my only concern, Mayor Byvelds. And let's do option 3, no fees. But I think we need something in place to how we're going to handle it.
Okay, so before I go to the Councilor Wells and myself, before I'll speak a few words. As I was in the same camp as Deputy Mayor Gardner, I believe that charging fees at the beaches, besides the logistics, we're going to chase people away, especially when we were going to set up the specifics where South Dundas residents get a free pass and visitors don't. And I think that that's just not, that's not a welcoming community. One of the roles of being the mayor of a municipality, whether it's South Dundas, City of Ottawa or City of Toronto, is you want people to come to your municipality and be welcome and feel welcome and hopefully spend a few dollars and maybe and then want to come out and move here, set up business, whatever. You gotta be open. Sometimes that's that lost leader that costs you money, but in the end will make you money. As for the challenges we had last year, I believe that we solved a lot of them come early July when we put up the barriers at both of our beaches to slow things down. And I know Nicole and her staff worked a lot harder to try to deal with the issues. Will they be there this year? I can't predict that yet. We're not out of any kind of third wave here yet, so we'll see what the province is going to dictate. Nothing's going to be open yet until we figure this out. Yes, it's outside, but we have to come up with plans that may involve restricting the area. If we have to, then we'll have to. But till then, you know, I can't. You know, last year COVID didn't come with all the visitors. I can't say that this year as easily. I know that for a fact, and I'm not going to say that it won't come this year because it has a higher potential. But I still believe that we have to treat our visitors fairly and respectfully, and I'd rather not charge them and try to coax them to come down here and enjoy themselves than having them come out here and wish they didn't come because we didn't feel like they were as welcoming as they should have been. Councilor Wells.
Thank you, Mayor. I was just going to make one last comment about, we went through this last year about control, people control, whatever, Brian. So I'm sure the staff is up that if it gets to the point, I know we had people screaming about closing the beaches, but you know what? There's safety involved with this, so I'm sure everyone's good at Nicole and everyone will be set up that if we have to put those barricades out front, shut it down, and moving forward, like in the back of my mind, like Councilor Mellon said, like this, my remark at the last council meeting, bring this forward, was all what I heard from last year. So, and just saying that I was trying to come up with a solution, and now, like I said, people have spoke. They don't think it's a good idea, so I'm going to put this to rest. And someone comes back and tells me, you know what? Why aren't you charging? Well, you should have came forward because no one else did. So I'm open mind. So we'll move forward. No peace. Thank you.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Gardner.
Sorry, Mayor, I just want to add, pre-COVID, I am a frequent flyer to the Iroquois Beach with my daughter. She absolutely loves it there. And I can tell you that pre-COVID, most parents would actually stay away, or some of the local parents would stay away. I know I would on weekends because it was busy, not necessarily with visitors, but folks that work all week. So there's always that traffic that increases where the people that work Monday to Friday kind of deal and then go on the weekend or whatever. I would suggest that maybe, I don't know if Nicole has comments on this, but one of the things with the barricades last year that some of the folks said, and maybe it's a happy medium, would be where we allow foot traffic. So the people that live locally for both beaches, if we did get if it wasn't necessary to put that control barricade in measure, you know, as long as they're not parking on the street and the locals would know where they could park, you know, they could walk in or whatever. That may be some way, because a lot of folks just, if it's too much and they've got to carry a lot and whatever, if they're not able to park really close, that will be a bit of a deterrent if we want to just protect under COVID. But the rest of the time, I agree with this switch, and it does attract folks. I mean, we've heard time and time again, people came to this area, look around, it's welcoming, and then they open up things like Ross Video, or they move, or whatever the case may be. So I think it was a good discussion, but I think who knows? No one has a crystal ball. I'm hoping that, you know, things get a little better this summer.
Councilor Lewis, anything further?
No, thank you.
Councilor Mellon, anything further? Okay, Austin, any comments on what you've been hearing? It seems like council will be turning down this recommendation, but I still think there's concerns there of what's going to happen this year. So I think keep making sure council is always aware, whether you come back every meeting or whatever, to make sure that between you and Nicole and bylaw that we work with the rules that are going to be presented, and we don't know, nobody knows yet how everything's going to play out this summer, to make sure that our beaches are welcoming but safe for not only our residents but those who come from afar. So comments?
No, as you mentioned, Mr. Mayor, staff will continue to monitor the situation and communicate regularly with the health unit as well as council to keep everyone in the loop, and we'll continue to monitor the situation and just report back.
Okay, Nicole, any comments? Close.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to kind of set Councillor Mellon's mind at ease after going through the crazy summer that we went through last year. I feel like all departments are a lot more prepared for this summer, even if it is a busy summer, bylaw especially. And I do want to say Danielle and Jeff did an amazing job last year coordinating the boulders at the waterfront, and Parks and Rec and facility staff were great on the weekends. And we do have a bylaw student starting this year too to assist patrolling the beaches and parks again on off hours. So we are prepared for whatever comes our way this year, and we'll make the best of it.
Okay, sounds good. Anything further from any member of council this time? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion? Those opposed to the motion? Motion is defeated. Okay, that was a good discussion. As Councilor Wells says, community has spoken. There are times that leadership needs to listen to it. Next one, TS 2021-02, sidewalk replacement and repair, RFQ number TS 21-02.
Moved by Councillor Lewis, second by Councillor Wells, that the council accept report TS 2021-02 to award the tender for the sidewalk replacement and repair to Strata Construction Group Incorporated in the amount of $154,625 plus HST.
Jeff, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. In front of you tonight, you'll find the report for RFQ TS 2102 for our sidewalk replacement and repair program. This is year 3 of 4, which moves us to the village of Iroquois, which will have the sidewalks on Elizabeth Drive and Dundas Street removed and reinstated with 1.5 meter wide sidewalk to improve the walking surface. We did include a provisional, which was the small section between Frank Street and Highway 2. But however, due to the pricing coming in high, we eliminated that provisional at this point. Year 2 was in Morrisburg with this group, Strata Construction. They did a great job and completed the project on schedule. We did have 2 companies apply or submit pricing for this tender, and I'll be willing to answer any questions which you have at this time.
Okay, comments, question, concern, Deputy Mayor Gardner?
Nope, I have no concerns on this. Thanks, Jeff.
Councilor Wells?
Thank you, Mayor. Just one is very small, Jeff. Back in when we started this program, I was under the assumption that each year was budgeted for 150,000, and this Strata Construction Group came in at 150,000. This project has come in over budget by 1,653. Is it just I'm probably answering my own question. It's just money that we save on previous tenders that we're moving that forward. Is that how that works?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, this year at budget time, we budgeted for 155,000 for the for sidewalk replacements. We increased it by 10% just because of the increase in costs. So that's what I presented at council at that time, which was approved during budget time.
My fault, Jeff. I must have been, I don't know, think of something else when that went through. But anyways, no, all good. It's good. Thank you.
Councilor Lewis?
No questions, no concerns. Thank you. Good work, Jeff.
Let's get at her.
Okay, you all heard the motion. Those in favor of the motion? Those opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Next one, TS 2021-03, RFQ number TS 21-01, surface treatment.
Moved by Councillor Wells, second by Councillor Lewis, that council accept report TS 2021-03 to award the tender for surface treatment to Miller Paving Limited in the amount of $305,472 plus HST.
Jeff?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So in front of you tonight is the results from RFQ TS 21-01 for surface treatment. These were the two roads which we included. They were not part of the roads need study, which included Kelly Road as pulverizing granular double surface treatment with a fog seal, as well as Bell Road being pulverized granular added double surface treatment with a fog seal. The whole idea of this project was we were investing a lot of time going to do pothole repairs on both Kelly and Bell Road. Miller turned out to be the successful company. I have worked with them in the past, and they have done great work for the municipality of South Dundas up to this point. I'll be willing to answer any questions which you may have at this point.
Okay, comments, questions, concerns, Deputy Mayor Gardner?
No, actually, yeah, so with the savings, I know it just goes back into the reserves, but do we have any shovel-ready projects? I mean, I know it's a little bit more of a saving than we normally get. What's your thoughts on that, Jeff?
Shovel ready in regards to rural or in an urban setting, which where you
Well, it's all South Dundas. I just maybe it's not appropriate at our local municipal table, but I'm just taking a page out of Mayor Byveld's book at counties when he talked about what we're doing with, you know, when a project comes in less, and if we're able to do something else with the savings. That's all I'm wondering.
We
if
have
it's been
lots of
thought.
roads. We have lots of roads, Deputy Mayor Gardner, that are shovel ready. It's just a matter of picking one of them that have numerous potholes, that have not had some form of a treatment done in the last 10 years to bring them back up to the good standard. Or you could also put it in the reserves and use it for next year for a project of a larger magnitude, which is an option also.
Okay. I just wanted to see if there was a thought process at looking at different options. Thanks, Jeff.
Councilor Wells?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I ready to go. I agree with Deputy Mayor there, but I also agree with you, Jeff. Like, we take that and we can forward to a bigger project next year. Because as we all know, there's lots of roads here that money can be used up very quick. No, I'm good with everything. We'll say that, and next year hopefully continue getting our roads back to the way they used to be 15 years ago. So we're moving forward with them and just fix one at a time. Thank you.
Councilor Lewis?
I don't have a problem, Jeff, with the roads that you picked. The only question I have, why would you pick the two roads that you did over Ridge Road? I know the last time I was on Ridge Road, wow, there seemed to be a pile of potholes in that road too. It's just a question that, you know.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, so the reason why I picked Bell Road was because we placed a surface treatment on Smale Road and they abut one another. So that closes off that area. So Smale is now up to date with a micro, which we applied last year. Now with Bell, that'll eliminate my crew going in that kind of area. Kelly, same thing. Haddo Road is in good shape. English Road is in good shape. So if we do Kelly Road, that will kind of eliminate that western kind of corridor. Ridge, I can agree. Numerous holes. Chenette, numerous holes. Crowder, it's a gravel road, sorry. But you got Kugler Road. There's numerous holes. We're just trying to knock them off one road at a time.
Oh, that's fine. I just wondered why you would pick the other two roads and not Ridge Road, because I know the last time I was on it, whoa, she definitely gave that Silverado a rocking. But no, thank you very much. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Mallon?
Yeah, you know, I agree, we have roads that are probably in need of work. This money basically came from gas tax and OCIF funding. Maybe Sarah, if you're there, can gas tax money funding be utilized for bridge repair. And why I ask that is because we're looking at a major bridge repair next year. And if we have shortcomings in that, that's going to be coming out of our road budget. I'm just wondering if this money, this 114,000 could be put into the bridge reserve. Can that gas tax allocation be used for that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes. So it can be used towards bridge infrastructure, but we would keep the money in our gas tax reserve fund. That's just one of the requirements for that funding, but it can be allocated towards bridges.
Okay. Personally, yes, I agree. There's lots of roads out there we could probably do, but next year, let's face it, we're going to spend some engineering money this year to for Taylor Road Bridge, you know, we're probably going to have to dip into our road budget next year to fix that if it's going to be done in 2022. So I would much sooner allocate this over this extra money that we have into next year's reserve earmarked specifically for bridge repair. And have that money available for next year so that we don't have to dip into our road budget next year when we have, and we probably will have shortcomings to repair Taylor Road Bridge. Any comments on that, Jeff, or?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, sorry. Yeah, that we did talk about some bridge repairs, and it will cost some money. So this could be an opportunity, definitely, to help with the repair side.
That's my opinion right now, Mayor Byvells. I'm not sure see this money put in towards bridge repair for next year, so we don't have to dip into next year's allocation for road work money. Now the OCIF funding or the gas tax, hopefully, anyways.
Okay, I'm sitting here a bit frustrated with the council tonight because we're all worried about the extra, and that's fair enough. But we've been spending a lot of time wondering where we're going to get dollars for a lot of projects that we got sitting on the books and we don't have money for, and we have to go borrow it. You know, Deputy Mayor Gardner pointed to what I said at counties, and counties, I've had policy that we put that away and we'll deal with it next year on the roads that haven't been done for a long time, which is a good plan. Whether we enact that in South Dundas or not, I don't know. I'm not disputing any of the projects you mentioned, but we just sat here and worried about spending next year's money. Let's focus on tonight. Next year's budget comes around, we'll see what we need to spend it on. We have that Carmen Road relining we don't have enough money for yet. We have a lot of projects that we haven't got. I'm not disregarding any of the projects out there that Jeff has mentioned, Archie's mentioned, or Councilor Mellon has mentioned, or anyone has mentioned. We can all name off roads. I think we made a discussion at budget on these two roads. Jeff presented a good business case of why we had to do them then. We got excellent pricing, which is always great. Most years I'd say, yeah, well, let's go find somewhere to spend it. I'm not prepared to spend any extra money. I got to put it in my piggy bank for next year. So let's look forward to next year, but let's concentrate on this year and let's worry about next year when next year comes, because it's gonna. I think we're gonna have a challenging budget next year, extremely one. We're not going to spend it this year, that's for sure. That's just my 2 cents. So, anything further from any members of council? Seeing none, all heard the motion. Those in favor? Opposed, if any, motion carries. Thank you. Next one, FS 2021-02, Section 357 write-offs.
Moved by Councillor Lewis. Second by Deputy Mayor Gardner, that council accept report TR 2021-02 to approve municipal tax write-offs in the amount of $3,332.29 according to the property classes as per the attached Schedule A.
Sarah, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This report includes the remaining applications the municipality has received for Section 357 write-offs through the Municipal Act for the 2020 taxation year. So the total request for write-offs is for $8,831. and the municipal portion is 3,332. We recoup the county and education portion from those parties through our year-end reconciliations. I will note that the first application on Schedule A, that is for the Williamsburg landfill, which is now exempt because it has been capped. If council has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Okay, any comments and questions, concerns from any member of council on this report? Seeing none, all heard the motion. Those in favor? Opposed, if any? Motion carries. Thank you, Sarah. More to come. Next report, FS 2021-03, 2021 summer students.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Gardner, second by Councillor Mellon, that the Council of Municipality of South Dundas accept report FS 2021-03 to approve the hiring of summer students and that COVID-19 Safe Restart funding be utilized for any funding shortfalls.
Sarah again.
Thank you again, Mayor and Council. So the report in front of you this evening is to approve the summer student positions that are currently underfunded due to not receiving enough funding budgeted from Canada Summer Jobs. So the following positions are underfunded. There's the campsite and marina, which is 3 students total, 6 lifeguards, museum student, archives clerk, parks caretaker, and arborist. For these positions, the budget is underfunded by just over $31,000. So the request this evening is to cover that shortfall utilizing our COVID Safe Restart funding. The remaining positions for bylaw, facilities, and public works are all funded by the current budget. The second part to this discussion is the water department. So water was approved for 2 student positions, but they're requesting approval to hire 1 student for this year. The budget as tabled to council right now, it doesn't include funds for summer students. So the deficit for this department would be $7,387 and could be covered through the current vacancies in that department. I also just wanted to make a quick note about the COVID funding that we have. So we do have sufficient funding available at this time to cover these summer student positions. The plan is to bring a report back to council for the next meeting with a projected balance of what we have left to spend. And once the decisions are made this evening, I think there's another report coming too that's requesting to use this funding. We'll have a better idea of what we have, and we'll be looking for more direction from council how to spend the remaining funds. I can answer any questions council has at this time.
Okay, thank you. Comments, questions, concerns, Deputy Mayor Gardner.
Just a comment, Mayor Byvelds, I think that this is good use. I read today that in Canada, they're saying that there's going to be 100,000 summer student jobs that will not be in the mix. And I think that given the year that folks have had, those that are going away or have to pay for post-secondary education, I think that some of the opportunities are obviously going to dry up even in our retail outlets, that type of thing. So I agree with this this suggestion.
Councilor Wells.
Thank you, Mayor Byvelds. I'm just wondering, Sarah, I'm looking at the thing here about your shortfall and all that. Because actually I have like right now I have 3 summer students that's working for me this year. Law states that I have to pay them $13.40. I wonder why the municipality, I can see the beach lifeguard, why are we paying $14.25? If you take 1 student as a museum character, the savings per week is $29.75. Time that by the 8-week schedule is $238. That's for 1. If we go through all 17 or 19, the savings, our shortfall is not going to be quite that drastic, even though it's going to be covered. So I'm just wondering why the municipality is it something like to attract students we pay more because $13.40 is what we're obligated by law to pay a student. So just enlighten me.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So we pay our students just the general minimum wage amount, which is $14.25. And then, yes, we do pay a premium to our lifeguards just because those are I guess generally a harder position to fill.
CEO had a comment.
No, I'll just add to the treasurer is another addition why we pay some of our students more is if they're returning students, there's kind of a little pay scale that we have that they would get more based on their experience they bring every year.
Okay. Like I said, like summer students, and I love summer students. I hire them every year. I got 3 right now. But as a business point, I can see. Well, no, actually, I can't see. Like giving them more because they're coming back because of experience. It doesn't matter if they went here or they went to South Stormont or anywhere. And I know I'm nickel and diming over 85 cents, but you take what we're hiring 19 students, which which is good, seems quite a bit for the summer, but again, I'm for summer students, but I'm also in business. So I look at saving money here and there, and we're shortfalling and we're giving money away. So I'm not gonna sit here and whine about the 85 cents difference. All I'm doing is stating the fact here. We don't have to pay students $14.25. Minimum wage for adult or anyone else is $14.25 right now. Minimum wage for a student is $13.40. So it's just it comes to the point where it's not just summer students. We've been through different. Well, actually, I'm not even going to go with other things because like Mayor stick on what we're sticking on. So I'm just making a comment about the extra 85 cents we're paying. Thank you.
Okay, Councilor Lewis.
No, I have no concerns or questions on this one.
Okay, Councilor Mellon.
No, I mean, you know, the lifeguards at $17 an hour, I believe. It's for them, that's quite a beach lifeguard. Yeah, it's 17. I have no problem with the rate wage, and especially at $17 for that type of responsibility. You know, patrolling the beach to make sure nobody doesn't come back to the beach. No, I'm good.
Okay. So, question to Sarah or Shannon: are our students all over the age of 18 that we pay the 14.25 for, or are there some that are less than 18 that we pay 14.25 for?
We haven't
Including our lifeguards.
Sorry, we haven't hired all the summer students this year. We were waiting for approval from council, but I believe the requirements are that they have their G2 license or full G license. I don't think we have an age requirement on that, but maybe Shannon can.
Yeah, I think, you know, based on past students and as well as some of the students this year, we get a mix of high school as well as college and university students. So there's a range, you know, from 16, could be some kids that are 18, 19 years old that are going through school and come back here for the summer. So we've got a mixture of everything, and some of the rationale on paying some of the returning students a little bit more is that they're in a mentoring role too when some other new students are coming in that you know, they help them get them up to speed on the job and the role. So we kind of reward a little bit that way as far as from a mentoring perspective. So a little mix of everything, and maybe Sean can add some more.
Okay. Is that Glendon who's wanting?
No,
yeah, go ahead.
Sean. Yep.
Sean.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll just turn off my video because I have awful internet. When I just did a quick search on the internet and just to firm up what's been said, and the reason we're looking at 14.25 and not 13.40 is that the way it reads is that students who are less than 18 years of old and work fewer than 28 hours weekly would have a minimum wage of 13.40. All of these positions are in excess of 28 hours a week.
Okay, that's what I just read too, so I was going to add that. Councilor Wells, so you will understand that?
Actually, I brought it up because I'm looking at it my phone right now. Like I'm not making a big deal about this. do agree with Shannon. The little premium, yes, like getting students up to date because sometimes it can be a little difficult to get some of the younger ones up to par. But I just wondered, and you guys answered my question. So, like I said, it's not a lot of money, but I'm one that I'm always looking to save some money. So, must be a little Dutch in me or something. I don't know. Anyways, thank you.
I'm not sure if I take that remark personally or not, Councillor Wells, but anyway, you know, the law is the law. The law, you know, as Sean alluded to, and I read it too, if the student is over 18, they have to be paid 14 a quarter. If they're working more than 28 hours a week, they have to pay more than 14 a quarter. So we're not making the rules up. We just follow the rules. And to be honest, 14 a quarter is a real good wage for anybody at that rate. You know, I'm not going to disrespect what they're doing because a lot of us work for a lot less, but those times are well beyond us. And the way things are going up these days, I'm not sure where the minimum wage has to be for a person to make enough money to survive in any municipality, let alone South Dundas. So anyway, any more hands up on this one? Seeing none, all heard the motion. We're just going to go through unless, okay. Council Mellon, do you have your hand up? Yes or no? Because you do a waving and sometimes the wave doesn't really mean
voting,
anything.
sir. I was voting. Sorry.
Okay, so
Oh.
we're gonna bring the question to the table. All in favor of the motion? Those opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. Next one, CS 2021-02, Airco Waterfront terms of reference.
Moved by Councillor Mellon, second by Councillor Wells. The council accept report CS 2021-02 to approve the revised terms of reference for the Iroquois Waterfront Committee.
Ethan?
Thank you, Mayor Byvelds. Through you, attached to the report are the newly revised terms of reference for the Iroquois Waterfront Committee that were passed in their meeting in March. Adjustments in comparison to the previous terms of reference include scope, their guiding documents, and their involvement in the budget process. I'd be happy to answer any questions council may have.
Okay, so in addition to that, as council knows, I'm a member of the committee, council committee member for that committee. This was mainly brought forward by their chair and approved by the committee for their new terms of reference. My comment to council is that I want to make sure the council has read them through and is comfortable with them, because once we pass them, it gives them their mandate. In the end, council does, if council will decide on anything major, and if there's any issues, then we can certainly override them, but it gives the committee latitude to do what they feel they need to do within the scope of their jurisdiction. So on the assumption you've read everything, any comments, questions, concerns, Deputy Mayor Gardner?
Thanks, Mayor. I mean, you are the representative on there, and if you're comfortable with this, I'm
not saying I'm comfortable. I'm just telling you that this was the committee's decision, and I tend to let the committee do a lot of their own deciding unless it is contrary to council policy or council direction.
So the other committees that I sit in, on rather, the terms of reference were dictated that way, not the other way. So I'm curious, are we doing this for all our committees, or is this like?
I'm just going to say this, that there is some strong feeling by certain members on that committee that they wanted to change the terms of reference, and this is the document that I was forwarded to, and the committee agreed to it. Is it perfect? No. Does it have some challenges? No. Yes, maybe. I don't disagree with your thinking that basically we make terms of reference and this is your scope of work. However, that doesn't preclude any committee coming back to council wanting to change their terms of reference to make their committee either more efficient or broaden their scope if they can justify that.
Yeah, and I mean, my comments aren't actually on the Iroquois Waterfront Committee as a whole. My comments are more just as a unified standard approach that we have towards our committees. So, you know, if as a committee of council, I know at my committees, we refer to these terms of reference yearly, we review them, we have a conversation around it. And I very comfortable with the terms of reference in the sense that there's not, the committees I sit on aren't as weighted down with this stuff. So it does seem like there's some flexibility. I'm just, in my mind, it just seems a little backwards. That's all. I mean, if the parties involved want this, then, and it works, I did read it. I would caution in the sense that I think all our committees are important, and we may have a situation where should the Morrisburg Waterfront create their own terms of reference? I'm not sure. Should, you know, the Tourism Committee, Economic Development Committee? We're supposed to work with these folks. We represent the community, they represent the community. It just, I don't know. It just seems a little backwards to me, but that's just my opinion.
Fair comment. Council Wells?
I have no questions.
Council Lewis?
No, I have no questions or concerns on this one. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Mellon?
I gotta sort of agree with Deputy Mayor Gardner on this. I mean, we could be opening up a Pandora's box for different committees that come back with different, you know, term of reference, you know, from like, or alluded to, like the economic development. We could have the EDP committee. You know, I would much sooner see, I guess, I don't know if we wouldn't say generic term of reference, or a term of reference that sort of addresses the needs of and can be applied to and address the issues or needs of all our committees. So that otherwise we could have, you know, half a dozen or whatever committees come back with different terms of references, and it's gonna, I think it's gonna muddle the water some. I'm, you know, maybe this one's all right, but you know, I don't know if they should be dictating their terms of reference to council. I think it should be council working with them and maybe working with the other committees, and then we, you know, staff draft a term of reference that can be applied to all the committees. This one might be fine, but just, I'm thinking this could open up this could open up headaches that I'm not sure that we really want to go down.
Okay, well, I will admit that their old terms of reference needed updating. But I do carry the concerns of both Councilor Mellon and Deputy Mayor Gardner that, you know, committees are committees of council, and, you know, to be honest, this terms of reference was toned down from the initial one, because the initial one I would not present to council. I still have some challenges with some of the wording in here, and that's why I didn't, since I'm only one member of council, I wanted to make sure that if it brought to council as it is, and if council has concerns, then if the majority has concerns, then we can send it back to the committee and request that we work together on terms of reference that may be more generic, that works for the general terms work for all committees, but then specific terms of where they work, or how they work with the municipality and council are recognized and made specific. So I'd be willing to bring that back to the committee if that's, you know, right now council split. I'm in the opinion that we should send it back and work the other way. We tend to be on top of the pecking order, and rightly so. We are duly elected to represent all of South Dundas, and how these are more area specific, and I want to ensure that one committee doesn't seem that that's no different than the other committee. And I think if we come up with those kind of terms, I'm thinking we do have to review every one of them that have been around before this council's term, like the ones like we've set up, the tourism committee and the economic development committee and Dr. Recruitment, they're all new in our term, so they're very relevant. The Morrisburg waterfront, the Iroquois waterfront, specifically could probably be reviewed and updated. If council has a challenge with that, then my suggestion is that we basically we can vote this down and ask them to work with us on a better terms. I do believe their old ones still work, but I think they do need updating. There's no doubt about that. They're a little flimsy. They mentioned 2 plans, and there are 2 plans. So which plan do they deal with? They always concerns of how big an area they want to look at, and maybe council needs to work with them to come up with specific boundaries and guidelines and what they need to do and what they don't need to work with. And I think that's not a bad idea for all committees. So you can certainly go that route. So Deputy Mayor Gardner, we'll go around again and then we'll have a vote.
No, I agree with you. And honestly, if we had blacked out the name and just put this as the terms of reference for any committee, I think it should be more uniform. I don't think any one committee's work is more important than another committee. I think you're correct that some of our committees that have been around a long time need to have their terms of reference put to use. And I think that these terms of reference are guiding principles for an advisory committee and that type of thing, but they also have to be somewhat fluid in if I'm a new member that starts halfway through and I join, it doesn't look like my my part in the committee is already dictated. Like, I might ask why I'm there. So I think they need to be looked at. I think they need to be compared. And I think not, to Councillor Mellon's comment, I'm not looking for generic because they each have their own special point. And I value those members so much, but I think this process is quite backwards. So I would definitely not accept this tonight and want to have a further look and make our terms of reference more uniform. And I think it should be going top down in this particular case.
Okay, Councillor Wells, anything further?
I have no comment, Mayor. Thank you.
Councillor Lewis, anything further?
No, thank you.
Councillor Melvin?
Yeah, I think I agree. We need to update the terms of reference. We need to update the terms of reference, and we have to look at them for any, standing committees that have been in place for the last number of years. But, I think we need to, you're right, we have to have leeway within each committee because they are a little bit different, but I think we need to have the framework of the guidance needs to be somewhat the same generically, I guess, but, so that we're, but yeah, I think we need to look at the terms of reference, and I think we need to maybe, it's going to make some more work for staff, but I think we need to look at the terms of reference for other committees too, and then take this one back to them and maybe say, we need to work on this a little bit further. I'm really not comfortable with doing one specific term of reference that's geared only towards that committee, because the other ones they're going to want the same thing.
Okay. And to be honest, there's no disrespect to the committee I'm on. I'm there to represent council, not them. And I want to make sure that council was comfortable with what they presented. And I think there are some concerns. So, and I agree. I think, it has to be a little bit more top down than bottom up, and certainly value their input. But in the end, we got to come up with a plan that they have. This is their working orders from council, and council expects them to do them to the best of their ability. If they have new ideas, we certainly want to listen to them. And I think that would be part of any terms of reference, that they generate ideas and for council's approval. But in the end, we have to answer to those who have elected us, and that's a part of our responsibility. There's nothing further. I will call the question. All in favor of the motion? Those opposed to the motion? Motion's defeated. So we'll talk with the committee. I'll work with the deputy clerk and maybe our current clerk and come up with something that works a bit better. And we'll have to look at all of them, make sure we see what we need to fix and what we don't need to fix. Because my challenge of committees making up their own terms is that they seem like they're running the show, and in the end, we need to make sure that council's on top of the show and we get the opportunity to have the final say. So that's been defeated. Okay, then we're moving on to CS 2021-03, Bang the Table Community Engagement Platform.
Moved by Councillor Wells, second by Councillor Lewis. The council approved report CS 2021-03 to purchase Bang the Table software for the price of $10,000 plus HST to assist in improving community engagement.
Kaylin, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. So the report tonight is just to bring forward the platform that we spoke about on the March 29th Committee of the Whole meeting when we talked about the community communications plan. So as the report indicates, it's a community engagement platform that's got a lot of different tools that we think that we're going to be helpful in increasing community engagement. It is an online platform, and I had discussed previously a few of the concerns that we had, but we think we've addressed those. When we do our implementation, we're going to have a pretty thorough plan, and as the report says, it's going to take probably a couple years to get the kind of numbers that we want on that platform, but we do think that it is a good place to move our community engagement towards. And we have had consultation with a few of the local municipalities and cities that are using it now, and it is something that is really coming around as a good tool for municipalities. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Okay, thank you. Comments, questions, concerns? Deputy Mayor Gardner.
Thanks, Mayor Byveld. You know, the engagement piece is going to be huge, especially after the pandemic. It was prior, but I think that people this year and a half or 2 years, hopefully, it's not 2 years, but will have changed the way people look at their communities and what they want and what they don't. And I'm willing to try anything. It's a different approach. I know that when we talked about the COVID-19 funding, it is very specific what we can and cannot do with that. And I think that I think it'd be an interesting thing to try and get those engagement numbers up. I think that's important. Now, the only thing I do worry about with this, Kaylin, is timelines. Like, if you do this, would you, like, the communities that you talk to, does it take some time? Because I'm just worried about internet fatigue. People are getting kind of fed up with being on Zoom calls and in looking into this and using the laptop and stuff like that. So I'm just wondering if you built that into that, it might be a slower rollout than normal.
We're looking at approximately 3 months is what the company suggests as an average, but there's certainly instances where we can get there quicker, or we can roll it out slower, right? And we're not going to jump right in with 10 projects that we want community engagement on. It's going to be a slow rollout where we start tantalizing people to come and join the program with 1 or 2 projects here and there that we think are that kind of thing that will really draw people in. So yeah, about 3 months is what the company was saying is sort of an average timeline.
Okay. And I mean, this does bode to youth engagement. I'm not saying that only youth use this. I mean, people my age love this stuff, but it does, it's innovative in the sense that it's something a little different, and I'm okay with it. Thanks, Ellen.
Councilor Wells.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, Kayla. I remember that committee poll, like I'm old school. I'm willing to move forward, see how it goes. Like I said, COVID-19 is going to fund it for this year. And the only, like this, if we go forward with this, we can get out anytime. Like the annual subscription fee is $7,500 a year. So if we come for a couple years and at the end of the day, you know what, it's not for us, we can just close the door. There's no signed contracts.
Yeah, so we're signing on for an annual, and like I said, if we want to get out after 2 years, then we can certainly do that. I do want to just reiterate to council though that I don't think it's going to be a year before we see the results that we want. I think that it is going to take a couple of years, so we want to give it a little bit of time. But yeah, we can get out when if it's not working, it's not working.
Okay, no point taken. Like I'm just saying that I don't want to get signed in for like a 10-year deal here at 75,000. We're just sitting there throwing money out the door. No, hey, I'm all for moving forward. We preach about communication, and hopefully this is just another tool in our toolbox. So we'll see where it goes. Thank you.
Councilor Lewis?
No, as Councillor Wells says, he's old school. Well, I'm older school. I'm not into these new things, but hey, I'm willing to give it a try. And after 2 years, if we're not happy with the product that we get we can cancel at that time. But no, I'm willing to try it just to see where we go with it. Thanks, Caitlin. Thanks, Mayor.
Councilor Mellon?
Well, 7,500 a year. It takes 2 to 3 years before you get proper evaluation of the platform success. We're going to spend $15,000, $22,000 over the 2 or 3 years to find out if the thing is successful or not. And that's yeah, and communication is definitely important. And this seems to be the new way of doing things. I'm just wondering what kind of uptake we'll get, from their older residents of South Dundas. Yeah, the newer, younger residents, they'll probably take on to this just like, flies on a June bug. But I mean, I'm willing to try it. I'm just, I guess, I'm not up on this sort of stuff. So I'm hoping we see results before, positive results for the 2 to 3 year period. See evaluate this, because if we're putting all our, if you will, no, we're not putting all our eggs in one basket, but we're concentrating on this as a communication tool, and we find after 2 or 3 years it's not working, and hopefully this will work. I have to try. I don't know.
Well, I will comment on this. I wouldn't say I'm old school. I recognize what's out there for social media. I just don't participate. The challenge of this is that, how do we get enough of our citizens to engage? And I'm not saying the older generation can't engage, because I think there's enough of them that could if they wished. However, it's getting it out there, communicating it. Hopefully it's not set up that, we want to set it up as an ideas session, or center, but some of them have to come from council, some of them have to come from them. It's we certainly don't want something up there that it becomes a different word, which I will not speak of, and it'll just land up being one of those that you wish it never got started, and how do you shut her down? So recognizing next year will be really, the community will certainly be engaged, whether they're engaged on this or engaged in social media or engaged at the coffee shop. It's going to be a big engagement next year, because that's just what every election year is. Majority of council is willing to try it. The funding comes from somewhere else, which is good. It'll be, no pressure, but you're gonna have to show us how this all works and works well, because it's certainly different. It's a good that we do have some local municipalities, including our neighbor South Stormont, that use it, and I certainly will ask some of those counselors if I ever meet them and see how it's going. So let's give it a go and see where it goes. Anything further, Deputy Mayor?
Sorry, I'm just wondering, Kaylin, if further down you have a report, and I'm just wondering, is this an egg chicken thing? Like, which comes first, the chicken or the egg? I'm thinking as you launch this, you know what I mean? Like I'm willing to do this, but I'm just wondering how dependent it is on the further report.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I would say it's not dependent on the further
Okay.
report.
Okay.
Yeah, this kind of platform, we're going to have to do a big rollout, right? But as indicated in the report for this one, we are going to have a lot of opportunities to push it. So through our social media, through our flyers that we're mailing out, or anytime that we do any kind of postcard or newspaper ad or that kind of thing, we are going to have those opportunities to get people aware of it without having to rely on that other aspect.
Okay.
So
So it's
that's
part of the
good.
plan. Gotcha.
It's part of
big
the whole
plan.
picture.
The big plan.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank
And
you.
no problem.
Okay, anything further? Seeing none, all heard the motion. Those in favor? Opposed, if any, motion carries. Thank you. Council, good to move on to bylaws right now? Okay, well, moving on, 2021-48 OILC loan.
Moved by Councillor Lewis, second by Deputy Mayor Gardner, that bylaw number 2021-48 being a bylaw to approve the submission of an application to Ontario Infrastructure and Lands Corporation for the long-term financing of certain capital works of the Corporation of the Municipality of South Dundas, and to authorize the entering into of a rate offer letter agreement pursuant to which the municipality will issue debentures to OILC, be read and passed in open council, signed and sealed.
Sarah?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So this bylaw is just authorize staff to proceed with the loan application to Infrastructure Ontario for the Dutch Meadows pumping station. So the loan application is for $597,107 over a 20-year term. I can answer any questions that council has.
Any comments, questions, concerns on this offer? We've already started the process, so next step. Seeing none, all heard the motion. Those in favor? Opposed, if any, motion carries. Next one, 2021-49, 2021 final tax rates.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Gardner, second by Councillor Lewis, that bylaw number 2021-49 being a bylaw to adopt and levy the 2021 tax rates be read in open council, signed and sealed.
Sarah?
Thank you again, Mayor and Council. So this bylaw is to authorize the final tax rate that support the approved 2021 budget. So as Council is aware, the budget as approved is a 1.24% tax rate increase. The final bills will be sent out the first week in June and due in 2 installments in June and September. The bylaw, it doesn't mention that levying for the Morrisburg BIA for this year, as the direction right now is not to levy. I can answer any questions that Council has.
Okay, any comments, questions, concerns on the tax rates? Seeing none, all heard the motion. Those in favor? Opposed, if any, motion carries. Next one, 2021-50 Williamsburg rate change.
Moved by Councillor Wells, second by Councillor Lewis, that bylaw number 2021-50 being a bylaw to amend bylaw number 2015-44 to impose a sewer service rate be read and passed in open council, signed and sealed.
Sarah?
Thank you again. This bylaw is to approve the rate increase for Williamsburg sewer users for 2021 as presented to council at the April 8th council meeting. This rate includes a $5 or 2.9% increase to the 2-unit. Staff are bringing this rate increase forward at this time as the Williamsburg rate is billed out on the final tax bill sent out in June. I can answer any questions.
Okay, any comments, questions, concerns from any member of council on this? Seeing none, all heard the motion. Those in favor? Opposed, if any, motion carries. 2021-51, United Counties of Stormont, Dundas, and Glengarry Regional Incentive Program.
Moved by Councillor Mellon, second by Deputy Mayor Gardner, that bylaw number 2021-51, being a bylaw to amend bylaw number 2018-49, be read and passed in open council, signed and sealed.
Rob, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. What you have before you is a housekeeping bylaw to simply amend the South Dundas Community Improvement Plan by removing the current Section 2, which is the county community improvement plan that was approved back in 2018, with the new one that the County Council approved back in April, on April 19th. This bylaw, what they've done is they've changed the program to benefit the business community more. So government agencies, municipalities, conservation authorities aren't able to apply to this program anymore. Trails will now be covered under the tourism grant portion instead of the community improvement plan program. So there was extensive discussion in the fall and over the winter with the Economic Development Group, and we were pretty adamant that we wanted to ensure that the business community was the recipient of funds through this program. I'll just highlight a few that were successful in South Dundas. Lakeshore Massage Therapy at the corner of Ottawa Street and 5th. They took part in this program. Stonecrop Acres took part in this program for their event center. Recently, Oneida Grand Center in Iroquois, renovating the United Church, took care of a good portion of the work that they need to do on that building, and also Russell Manor here in Morrisburg. There is no cost to the municipality. It's a upper tier plan, but it needs to reside in a lower tier community improvement plan as per the Municipal Act. So I'm happy to answer any questions if council has it, but again, there's no impact to the municipal budget. It's simply amendment to the original bylaw.
Thank you, Rob. Just to let council know, both Deputy Mayor Gardner and myself were involved in the committee struck at counties to look at this and present ideas, and some of the ideas that Rob has alluded to where it was more focused on the businesses than it was on quasi-government or trail production were dropped off, and I was certainly strong in favor of that happening. I seen grants going to things that didn't really improve the tax base of SDG, and if that's part of the reason why we give out $250,000 of county money raised through taxes, then we need to justify that there's a possibility of some of that coming back. And as Rob has alluded to, some of that money has really done some significant improvements. You take what was considered the old Max Milk on the corner of 5th and Ottawa, and now turned into Lakeshore Massage and Therapy, and you all know that when that gets reassessed, the dollars will be coming in to offset what they've done. And that's one way of looking at it, but the other way you can also look at it is that those dollars certainly improved that corner significantly, and we're certainly happy that Natalie and her crew have bought that and done what they've done there, and same with Stonecrop and what's going on there. So I see lots of places in South Dundas that need to be made fully aware that these programs exist, and we want to make sure that if we see or hear projects that may be able to benefit from it, our responsibility is to make sure that Rob knows about it so they can know about it. So Deputy Mayor Gardner, comments, questions, concerns?
Thanks, Mayor. No, you pretty much covered it. I'm with you. I wanted it to be a business focus, so I'm thrilled with these changes, and yeah, that's about it.
Councilor Wells?
No, I agree with you, Mayor. It's very good, and it's at the end of the day, it's going to benefit the municipality as all these properties get improved. Now they're going to get assessed a little higher, which is tax dollars for us, and so I think it's a win-win situation. So thank you.
Councilor Lewis?
No, I agree with you, Mr. Mayor. I think it's a good idea. Thank you.
Councilor Mellon?
Yes, I think it's, you know, the changes are good. I think they're very constructive, and I think that, you know, getting, you know, conservation authorities or other forms of government out of there and making it focusing on the business community. I guess just a quick question, that during the discussion, Mayor Byvells, who will promote this? Will this be communicated through the counties at the county level or at the municipal level? Like, where's the communication going to be coming from going out to the businesses? Is that going to be from us, or who's responsible for that?
I'll let Rob answer that.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, through you to Councillor Mellon, it's going to be the responsibility of both South Dundas and the counties. With the passing of this bylaw tonight, it'll set up the 20-day appeal period. Our hope is that there won't be any appeals and that we will be able to open for applications on June 1st. Moving in and have a quick turnaround for that first round of applications. So I certainly do encourage anyone that's listening, if they think of any project that is available. I do have a number of them kind of on the books right now, but certainly willing to speak to any business about any improvement to their building that they would be looking at June 1st. That way we can ensure that they get their quotes and application and everything going. So, but again, the responsibility will be on us and also at the county level to get the word out about the program.
Good, Councilor Mellon? Okay. Well, yeah, you probably, you know, you think of the project that happened in Princeton at the store, that could have been applied there, but, you know, part of it, they don't know, we don't know they're doing it, and I think part of that's communication. So, you know, sometimes counselors got to be aware of what's going on. So read the rules, see if you see a business that's thinking about doing something, then have a chat with them and help them along and send them to Rob. And I know with Tara Kirkpatrick being there, and she's very strong on this program for sure, that we will have to work for maybe what I wouldn't call our fair share, but if we don't ask, we don't get. So we need to push it. No doubt about it. Anything further? Seeing none, all heard the motion. Those in favor? Opposed, if any, motion carries. 2021-52 drainage procurement policy.
Moved by Councillor Lewis, second by Councillor Wells, that bylaw number 2021-52 being a bylaw to approve policy number 3-28, municipal drainage services procurement policy, be read and passed in open council, signed and sealed.
Danielle, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So this is just bringing back the drainage services procurement policy that we discussed at the last council meeting, with the main options being utilizing option 1 for projects under 20,000. We will be developing a hired equipment list specifically for municipal drainage. Anything over $20,000 would go for public tender. I can answer any questions you may have at this time.
Okay, any comments, questions, concerns from council? We discussed this at last meeting. Councillor Mellon.
Yeah,
That's okay. I figured you were.
Yeah, I'm not going to dwell on this. Danielle, on option 2, we developed your recommendation, and you know, will that be sort of a reoccurring under our reoccurring services? Like if we have a contractor that comes in with the, you know, the best price, that's the one we're going to go to. Is that, am I getting this right or wrong? So if we have a contractor come in under option 2, or yeah, am I looking at for regular maintenance? Yeah, no, option 1 for regular maintenance. Yeah, develop a higher equipment listing specifically for drainage work. So are we going to have one contractor sort of the go-to person for drainage maintenance under option 1, or will we spread that out?
No, so through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Mellon. So to explain this, it's very similar to our current reoccurring services listing that we utilize for the municipality for plumbing, electrical, and we use it also for tree work. So what we do is we put out a tender, and then multiple contractors bid on the tender and provide an hourly rate for the equipment that we tender out. That then develops a listing based on the pricing. So for example, if I need a shovel, what they would bill out is the hourly rate for the shovel. So company A would be the least amount, so they would be called first, and if they could not come, then we would contact company B, who would be the next most expensive. So we would contact the cheapest first and go on from there. We do have a pre-qualification list to be as on that listing, so that you would have to have certain qualifications to do drainage work in order to be on that hired equipment listing. Hopefully that explains things.
Is this list going to be exclusive for South Dundas, or will be other contractors from outside South Dundas bidding on submitting pricing?
So as part of the South Dundas procurement policy, it has to be a public tender process for hired equipment. So therefore it would be publicly listed. South Dundas contractors may bid on it. However, it would be open to contractors from all over, including Southern Ontario, if they chose to bid on it. Obviously, they probably wouldn't with the response time as being part of the mandatory requirements, but it is possible for them to do so if they choose to.
I don't like that. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. You know, it's a start. I don't think it's the way we should be going, but I had this discussion and I couldn't get my point across before Mayor Byvell, so I think 20,000 is too high too, but maybe that's just me.
Okay, well, I understand your predicament, Councilor Mellon, but no, we have an open tender policy. We as council approve that. That's it. We believe that, you know, price and quality of work is what is required and not where you come from. And I know that some people in South Dundas might be challenged by that, but if we had that, then there's certain companies that are actually based in North Dundas that couldn't work here either. So it works both ways of the border. It's, you know, we respect those who work in South Dundas. However, I do not, you know, I don't believe we should ever tie ourselves down to just this area. Like they don't want to be tied down to our area. We shouldn't be tied down to any other area. So understand where you come from, but we need to be open and transparent, and we need to have a contractor that will do the job and do it right and do it right price. And that's always a concern, you know, not necessarily the cheapest. We want to make sure that everything, you know, the cheapest comes in with the, as I said before, the 30-year-old shovel that needs work on it, but they can still do it cheap and get job done, then your rate by the hour seems cheap, but it takes them twice as long. It doesn't work. So you always got to watch that. And I think that's a concern all council would have. Okay, so we'll go backwards. Councilor Lewis, any comments, questions, concerns?
No, I think we had a very lengthy discussion on this. I'm happy with what I'm looking at. Thank you.
Councilor Wells?
I'm good, Mayor.
Deputy Mayor?
I'm good, thank you.
Councilor Mellon, one last crack.
No, I think we'll run with it. I totally agree with it. You know, we need to be open for all contractors but this isn't the way I would have went, but it's an option, and I'm hoping it works. Let's put it that way. I'll support it. Let's hope it works.
Okay. Well, as I say, we'll monitor the situation for a year or two. It's going to take more than 1 year. There's no doubt about it, but I think it's a good start. We got something on paper, so I'm good. If there's nothing further, all heard in motion. Those in favor? Opposed, if any? Motion carries. Moving on, 2021-53, the Beaver Dam Management Policy.
Moved by Councillor Mellon, second by Councillor Wells, that bylaw number 2021-53 being a bylaw to approve policy number 3-27, beaver control and dam management, be read and passed in open council, signed and sealed.
Danielle?
Thank you, Mayor. So this is also from our previous discussion at the last council meeting on how council wanted to move forward with beaver control and dam management on public lands, municipal drains, and private property. So what I have done is take council's comments and removed the private lands so that we could only provide support from advice by giving out contractor information should those individuals wish to utilize the same contractor that we currently utilize. And the rest of it has remained the same.
Okay, any comments, questions, concerns on this? Seeing none, all heard the motion. Those in favor? Opposed, if any, motion carries. Thank you. Consent agenda, please.
Moved by Counselor Wells, second by Counselor Lewis, that all items listed under general consent section of the agenda be adopted as presented, save and except for 10C and 10H be moved to discussion items.
Okay, so tonight we have a letter from the Ministry of Attorney General concerning recent liquor licensing changes. A petition from the city of Brantford and Township of Sququoch, Town of Shelburne, Municipality of Calvin, Municipality of Leavington. We also have key information report on joint tender results from Director of Transportation. A lot of favorable results there. We have a key information report from our manager of Parks and Rec concerning the Emerald Ash Board removal program. We also have we may consider sad news, but good news, key information report on how the restructuring in the Director of Corporate Services clerk due to her retirement. And before I go any further, I know we'll probably say more at our next meeting, but certainly appreciated Brenda's work in the last 30 years, and we'll say more at our next meeting, I'm sure. We also have monthly activity reports from Economic Development, Building and Bylaw, Planning, Fire and Emergency Services, Environmental Services, Transportation, Finance, and Administration. All heard the motion. Those in favor? Opposed, if any? Motion carries. We're gonna have a 5-minute break. It's 9:20 now. We'll keep the camera rolling. Just shut off your video and mute. Back in 9:25, please. We need a break. See, council's all back. Staff ready to roll again?
Yep, we're all good, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. So I'll move on to boards, committees, discussion items. County council and no county council till next week. I haven't read the agenda yet, so I have no idea what's coming yet. Cemetery board, Council Wells?
I think our committee is dead.
Well, are you ready? Are you ready to bury it yet and put the marker on it?
It's all good, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Air Quad District Business Group, no meetings. Air Morrisburg BIA.
No, Shannon and I haven't set up a meeting yet with Sam and Helen.
Okay. South Nation Conservation Authority.
Nope, not tonight.
Morrisburg Waterfront Committee.
Nothing to report tonight.
Okay. Air Qual Waterfront Committee did meet last week, so I'll give you a brief update. They were looking for both the terms of reference. We discussed that. They're working with Austin on some signage on the pathways. There's some concern about motorized vehicles on them. And they're also working. They're also looking to request more bylaw enforcement. So if Nicole's listening, that's something they're looking for. I did report that we had summer student coming this summer, so that would help. They're working on historic signs similar to the waterfront in Morrisburg, and I think 8 is the number they're working on, and I think that's a project that's certainly worth their work and support. Still discussion about security cameras down at the campground and beach area. Austin's working with them on that. They did have a discussion about charging the use of for the use of the beach. It was there was no consensus really. However, they did forward a motion that was passed. They're looking for someone in authority to manage the beach on weekends and holidays in the summer. So that is something that can be considered by council someday. See how that goes. They also had a significant discussion about benches and putting benches along the walking path. And they may have to work with Austin and staff on the logistics of how they're going to get them here and tendering. So I'll leave that with him. It was a lengthy discussion. That's all I can say. And that's about it for now. So benches were the big thing. We'll see where they go with them. Any questions? Okay, thank you. South Branch Community Fund. No meeting.
No meetings.
Carmen House, no meeting.
No meeting.
Dundas County Archives, no meeting. Tourism Advisory.
Coming up on Wednesday.
Economic Development.
Yes, actually, we did have a meeting on the 27th of April. And I don't know if the rest of council has heard, but I had wanted to have this discussion on the community level. I don't know if you can see it. It's 13 Ways to Kill Your Community. It's by Doug Griffiths. And I had wanted to do a book club to discuss this, and the Economic Development Committee has taken it on as a project. So our first book club meeting is this Thursday. We had an absolute amazing uptake, around 30 folks that were interested in it. So that's pretty good. We'll do it by Zoom, and I know that Mayor Byveld's, because he's the one that suggested it to me. So the rest of council, if you haven't read this book, I honestly would have a look at it. It's really well done, and there's lots of interesting concepts in it. So like-minded individuals want to get together and just kind of have a discussion about South Dundas and SDNG. Actually, there's some folks from outside of South Dundas as well. So should be interesting. And we've asked Janine Wagemans to chair the book club. So it's going to be fun.
Sounds like an interesting project. And for those who have not read that book yet, it isn't a dry read. It's an actually rhetorical read on on, he says how to do it and then kind of opposites his way out of it, but it's an excellent read, and it's not something, as I said, that you'll okay, what am I reading this for? Because it's just way over my head. It's very down to earth and basic, and I certainly hope that the book club works out well. I think you have an excellent chair, that's for sure. She will keep you in line. There's no doubt about
Well,
it.
and
So.
and we'll probably have multiple ones because it was quite interesting at the Economic Development Committee. The folks sitting around that table, every single person had read that book prior. And they were well aware of just from a business perspective, but definitely from growing a community. So even if the other members of council, if you don't have time, obviously it's only a couple of days away. If you do want to listen in, I think you may find it interesting. That's another way that obviously you can't offer things if you haven't read the book, but if you're interested in just listening in, that's kind of my role. I'm just going to listen into the discussion and hear what the community has to say about it. You're more than welcome. Just let me know, and Rob or myself can send you a Zoom invite.
Okay, there's your invitation for those who are looking for something to do on Thursday night. Any comments? Yes, Councilor Wells.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm most people won't believe this, but actually I did read that book.
Good for you.
Do I agree? And do I agree with everything in it? Not everything, but it's very interesting. It's what you would do on a winter night. You sit there and you have nothing to do. It is an interesting book. I will say that. That's the only comment.
Gonna come to the book club, Councilor Wells?
You never know, I might. That's what matters.
Okay, Doctor Advisory Committee.
I don't know, Shannon, if you want to speak to that. I know that Donnie and I are still waiting.
Yeah, so we just confirmed today that the meeting will be this Friday, and the agenda will be sent out shortly.
Okay. With that, we'll move on to key information report on communications review. Galen?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Yes, so this report, we're looking at more ways of improving our communications. As you know, we're trying to create kind of that profile of items that we can do to really catch everybody in our community and make sure that we're getting as many people as possible included into our communications plan. So I want to point out first in the report that I provided just a little bit of information about why we rely on social media to be our base layer. And that's really because we can catch the most people there and then work our way up with everything else. I do want to say, however, we certainly recognize that we have a demographic that does not use social media, and so we do have other things that we want to use, and a few things in this report that we're bringing forward to make sure that we're catching those people. So we've come up with a few options that we'd like to explore with council tonight and have a bit of a discussion on. The first is the integration of a newspaper ad that would be a bit of an update for the community about things that have happened at council, projects that are going on, anything like that, recreation programs. It's really a lot of things can fit into that. So we've seen this done at other municipalities, and they've used this model and it's worked very well. I've had a few discussions with people who have used it, and it seems to work for them quite well. I think it will be beneficial for us. My recommendation at this time is to start with about a once a month ad, and I've had those discussions with the leader already. There is going to be some augmentation. Some months might be more, some might be less. It really depends on what kind of stuff we have, but there is that flexibility there. But that's sort of our base where we would sort of sign on for about a year at a time and commit to that 1 month each month. So so that's the first option that we're looking at, and that's really one of the big ways that we want to catch people who are not online. Outside of doing something as drastic as doing a mass mail out, just the cost behind that alone is just quite exponential. And so we feel this is a good option to really catch those people that maybe we're missing right now in online stuff, or, you know, that we're not really catching with email or something like that. The second option that we have listed is we'd like to do some more in-depth reporting of communications. So personally, it's my hope that with this format that we're bringing, we're going to help to give confidence to council about the actions that we're taking for communications. So outlined in the report are those is how it will look. Right now, we're going to go with that kind of level format. That could change. There's a little bit of trial and error with this kind of stuff. I think it'll be a good starting base for us to see how that works, and to see if that works for council to have it laid out like that. It might get augmented. It's a bit fluid in the starting stages when we're trying things out, but it will certainly give both the public and council an idea of what we're doing for each project when it comes to the communication side of things. And that'll be decided with that staff member and myself, and we'll have those discussions so that we can really make sure that we're catching the right people with the right message. I do want to stress, though, with this format, not everything can be a 3 or a 4. You know, there's going to be some things that are going to not require anything, and some things that we're going to, you know, we're going to want to go with something a little less, because we don't want to overload people with information. So we're not always going to want to do mass mail out. We're not always going to want to do that big push of information. So it will be determined on a project by project basis, but it will give council an idea of what we're doing so that we can have those discussions to make sure that we are catching the people that we need to catch. And then finally, this is the big one. We've noted that we have an opportunity right now where we could actually fund a new website. And we talked about this at the committee of the whole meeting, that a new website was going to be necessary. And I had at that time said in 3 to 5 years, but there's no reason to say that it wouldn't be needed now. That was just sort of a minimum or a maximum, I should say. But we do have that COVID-19 funding available. And so this would be an opportunity where taxpayers don't have to pay that cost of a website, but would get the benefits of that increased communication and the increased functionality that a new website would provide to them. Not only does it help communications, but it really improves the services of every department across the board. So that's an attractive option. And like I said, especially because taxpayers wouldn't be covering that cost. So in terms of the website project, that would be a little bit more time. It's not an immediate return in terms of seeing it working tomorrow, like some of the options, you know, that we presented before. It's probably about 6 months to a year to get that up and running. But we do think that the long-term benefits of that would be really quite helpful to the community. So if there's any questions on either of those or any discussion on that, happy to answer any questions.
Okay, interesting plans. Deputy Mayor Gardner, start.
Thanks, Mayor Byveld. Yeah, I have been one that's been kind of yapping about communication, and I love the aspects in this report. Thanks, Kellen. I think it's a fulsome approach. I think that's kind of what was missing. We were kind of sporadic, and I think that the fulsome approach of, you know, connecting with folks that are online versus people that read only the paper versus people that ignore both. So I think you've covered everything. I know that the new piece added is the website consideration. We have there's no doubt that our website is archaic. It does not function on a phone, which is annoying. And I've had issues with the website for a long time. In economic development, one of the principal recommendations of the Economic Development Committee was a website, and I had cautioned them that there was no money in the budget for it. And it seems like a natural fit with COVID funding, because everything is online now and people look for it. They want, you know, if I think back of this year and a half, if we had a really awesome, amazing website, we could have done so much more instead of piecemealing, whether it's supporting our business community, whether it's getting information out, whether it's celebrating things, whatever the case may be. And I've looked at a lot of municipal websites since I got here and prior, and ours falls incredibly short. However, they do come with a price tag, and it is very attractive to think of COVID, where everything went online, where the website would actually fall in that category. It seems like a natural fit. So while it's an unexpected, I fully support it. I fully support the communications plan. I like the levels. I guess this is we're basically this plan offers the staff tools, and there were missing tools. And now they'll have a level chart, they'll have ways of communicating, and that website's a huge tool as well. So I think that with this plan, if we're able to approve all the elements, I think that there's no reason why our communication can't just skyrocket and be absolutely more robust. And it needs to be, and it should be. So, you know, there's a big price tag with this, but it's covered under the funding, and I really think it's a good use of that funding, and it will have long-term effects. And as people know, we have a lot of pricey things that we have to pay for, and it'd be nice to check the website off the list. I don't think we can stretch that other one for years and years. So yeah, good plan, Kaylin. I appreciate your effort on this, and I support all of it.
Council Wells.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'm just gonna echo Deputy Mayor there. I agree with it. Like the funding's there for, as far as me looking at a website, I personally I don't, but I can see as communication, which we brought it up, we need this. I love option one. I like the idea that you came up with doing a monthly thing in the paper, because I get the paper every week, so I would see it more than I would the website. But I definitely agree with Deputy Mayor on the website, and kudos to you, Caitlin. This is one step forward where I think we should be trying to get to. So thank you.
Council Lewis.
I like option one, I like option two. The only thing that scares me about the website is between 25,000 to 60,000. Now you explained to me what we're going to get for $60,000. I think we're going to buy the whole company.
Thank you. Yeah, I know it's a big range. I'm kind of basing these numbers based on municipalities that have been in the area that have done a refresh or a new website. And when we did the website redesign in 2017, as far as I recall, the first time it was tendered, it was coming in kind of around those numbers. And so there is a possibility that it could get up that high. I'm more putting that number up as a safety net. I don't think it will go that high. And it's not my intention to make it go that high. And in the tender process, when we do explain what we want as our capabilities of the website, we can augment that to make sure that it is not up on that scale. I would expect more of a mid-range that's probably more around like $40,000. So I would that's what I would sort of hope for, I guess.
Well, I know the funding is there. It's just that whenever I see $60,000, I kind of get a little scared on that. Because $60,000, that is a pile of money. And as far as the website that we have now, we might as well not have it at all, because our website is terrible. I'm not saying I don't like option three. I would like to just see a closer number, you know, instead of between 25 and 60,000. But if you say it's around 40, I can most likely live with that. And I know that our website needs to be updated because it's pretty bad. And that's all I got to say about that. Thank you.
Thanks.
Council Mellon.
Yeah, the first two I like, especially the newspaper thing, because, you know, there are those that, and let's be totally honest, we could advertise, you know, on the 6 o'clock news every night, and there'd be people that would come back and say, well, I didn't know anything about this. But I think we got to get the communication out the best we can. And, the website, how much money is in that COBA fund that we can utilize? What's a dollar?
I'm
Sarah?
gonna ask, yeah, Shannon or Sarah.
Yeah, Sarah can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe we've got about $350,000, give or take. We might have less than after some of tonight's decisions by council in regards to our summer students.
Okay. Nice chunk of change. I'd like to see a list of what those, and as far as the website, yeah, okay, I mean, I'll volunteer my services once you get a new website up, or you got it sort of in the making, give it to me and see if I can navigate it, because if I can get through it, then yeah, probably it's a good website and it's easy to navigate. So, I would just like to see a list of things that the COVID fund could be utilized for. Sort of like Councillor Lewis, that's a big range. Are we going from the bottom basement website up to the penthouse at 60,000? But communications is important, and we gotta bring it up to speed. So yeah, I like it. It's but I'd like to see what that 350,000, what all we can use that for. I can see us using some of that money on this thing, because it saves the taxpayers down the road in 2 or 3 years. But okay.
Okay, I believe that they're going to bring back a full report next meeting on the COVID funding and its uses. So that'll be that information at our May 25th meeting. My comments on the communication plan is that I like it. I like that we're using print media to get some of our message out. Still believe that you got to do social media, but I know the combination of the two that will cover probably over 50% of our residents that will get some sort of communication from us, so, or can. That's a good thing. We'll never get them all, I know that, but and you're right, you can't mail out everything because half of them land up in the trash anyway. So as for the website, I can't disagree, that's a lot of money, but I certainly would encourage council to listen to staff on the recommendations when they do come back with what they want to do and who's going to do it, because and fully support it, because the last thing we need to do is make cheap out on a website and have something that doesn't function, and might as well keep all we've got. Like, really think this one through, because it is a struggle. I think every time we've talked about websites in my time with council, everybody cringes at the dollars, and then there's a fight of who doesn't do it. They cost money to operate, they cost money to set up. Specialized people have to do it, far above my pay grade. But if they can do it right, I go to online first a lot of times, and if you got a useless website, it turns me off. Like, okay, now I can't find where I want to go, and I'll go somewhere else. So that's important. I think it's important that we have not only a South Dundas website, we also have a link off to a tourism website, a link off to economic development website. Those kind of things are important, because people who are looking to come, like if you go to Westport website isn't bad for a village of 650 people, and they have to support that. And there's literally a tourism website stuck on the side. It works. It got me to go there. Now, I won't comment any further on what I thought of the place, but at least it got me there. And that's the key. You get to get people here, and they gotta have a website that wows them. And if we can wow them from far off and say, well, we got to go here, then we've got them halfway. We got to get them here. And that sounds like we're not looking after our residents. Then the rest of the website is functional, that if somebody wants to find out, when dump hours are, or what do I have to do for this building or whatever, it can't be 10 million clicks to get where I want to get. There's got to be ways of making it very functional. And I'm willing to spend the extra dollars to do that, because then at least we'll have that done. I know the COVID funding is, it's not a play toy. I fully agree that we need to be very cautious with it, but it's funding that has very limited uses. And this seems to be one use that maybe that works. And if we can make it work, then it's better than wondering what we're going to do with the money. I'll tell you one thing, if our treasurer is comfortable with this spending on this, she has to sign it off. I'm good with it too, because that's the key. I think we got to, if we're comfortable with it, let's do it. Let's get her done and over with, and we won't have to worry about this battle next year. But good plan, Kaylin. I think, I will give you credit. I think you heard from us that, you had to think beyond the box, and I'm glad. It's a good effort. I like it. Anything else from council on this? Yes, Deputy Mayor.
Sorry, I know it's late, but I just will add that I think I mentioned it, but the Economic Development Committee, in all our discussions about attracting business, especially when we were able to so much prior to COVID, our website was completely identified as an absolute barrier to sell South Dundas to any outside interest. So that's coming from the experts that sit around that table, and I just adding on to that. So thank you.
Okay. There's no further comments. Thank you for a presentation, Kaylin. You can, if there's some action requests that you need to bring to council, like especially the website, then we look forward to that, and we'll see where we go from there. Okay, thank you. Next key information report is on the mountain bike nature trail. I believe Shannon's name is attached to this one.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, and I'll say a few things and then I'll pass it over to the Deputy Mayor. But from our original presentation by the Morrow family in the beginning of March, we have worked with the family and other volunteers to look at the possibility of a mountain bike nature path that would be an all-season type of outdoor recreational hub that would look at not only mountain bikes and walking paths, but also snowshoeing and cross-country skiing. In the report, you'll also notice I provided a bunch of photos that the Deputy Mayor, myself, Steve Morrow, and his son, and another volunteer did a tour a few weeks back. You will see by the pictures that it's being used right now for a multiple of activities, whether it's fishing, campfires, walking. So what we're looking for from council tonight is, and talking with our insurance provider, that originally, the BMX option was a high risk. If we're looking at going to the mountain bike path, it is a lower risk, but with anything that a municipality does, there's risk with anything that we do. So what we're looking for tonight is if council supports the idea of looking at this outdoor recreational space, that we would work with the group to work out logistics, signage, insurance, agreements as far as who will be responsible for what, and then bring back a kind of a bigger picture of how we would roll this out to council in the near future. So with that, I'll answer any questions, or I'll let the Deputy Mayor speak to this as well too.
Deputy Mayor.
Okay, thanks, Mayor Byveld. Yeah, everything that Shannon said, and thanks, Shannon, for walking it. It's one of those things where you have to see it to kind of know what's going on. It is a very low risk activity. The volunteers, especially the Morrow family, have talked about, they already have plans to whether it's donation of signs or whatever the case may be. They're quite an enthusiastic group. They have had some folks from the River Institute attend and have a look and just see, from a nature perspective. So it's very much a caretaker enjoyment role. And I can honestly say from my time working for nature organizations and environmental organizations, having that stewardship is so important. And we're adding an extra bonus to the residents. Mountain biking per se is generally speaking not welcome on nature trails, because they, if the tire tracks or whatever, people get super finicky if there's a little bit of a a rut. And so this creates an opportunity that will not cost us a lot, if anything, and is engaging our residents. And it's got youth engagement and activities, and it checks off so many boxes. I think it's a wonderful project, and I'm hoping that the rest of council will see fit as well. It's if you get the opportunity, go have a walk. It's as Shannon mentioned, there's folks using it and abusing it already. And there are parts of it that are absolutely being abused, and that's a real shame. And to have folks that are willing to pick up the garbage and willing to monitor it, I think is a good thing. So it should be fun, and mountain biking is not going away. If any of you guys want to try and buy a mountain bike right now, they're telling you to wait until 2023 before you can order one. So it's quite popular. So thank you.
Okay, further comments, questions? Council Wells.
Thank you, Mayor. No, I'm in total agreement with this. I read this whole thing about several years of no knowledge of municipality. Well, I was down there 40 years ago. Like those trails are, if you lived here all your life, there's no, it's been used, and I do agree. There's a lot of spots there where you used to walk down, go mud trout fishing, whether you come in from Crookshanks or you went in from around the lagoon or down from Eccles, or like there's all kinds of, all they have to do is clean up the zigzag of trails that are in there, and there won't be much clearing to do because it's already done. But anyways, like, no, I think it's a good idea for the community. It's just another activity for youth to do, and seniors, and anyone can use it. Like I think it's good for us. So no, I'm all for it. Thank you.
Council Lewis.
No, I was in support of it the night that Mr. Morrow and his son did their presentation. I think it's a good thing. I'd rather see youth down on a path like that instead of doing crazy things on the highway where they could most likely get ran over. So I think it's a great thing, and I would support that 100%. Thank you.
Council Mallon.
Yeah, it sounds good. I like the idea. I guess the only apprehensive I have, I might be a little apprehensive about a mountain bike and a walking path, combination. But hopefully, it works. I think it could be work. I just, mixing the two sometimes, I'm a little apprehensive about that. But excuse me, I think with the right people running it and organizing it and overseeing it, I think it should work. Let's run with it, see where we go.
Okay. I echo council. I think, it's a plan that had to come to council for us to start, and I think you can work with the volunteers and come up with a plan that makes sense. Like Councilman is right, you may have the challenge of people walking and biking on the same path can be a challenge, but maybe there's ways of working around it where there's individuals or somehow they can work together on a trail system. But yeah, if it's there, let's use it and let's go for it. Anything further? Okay. So the next one was a Morrisburg roundabout concept, but we've already dealt with that one. The next one is draft Dutch Meadows subdivision agreement with the Swank Construction. Shannon?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor and Council. And we do have a resolution that will be presented to Council after the discussion. So as Council will see tonight, we do have the subdivision agreement pretty much wrapped up, with the exception of a few M plans and R plans that are still with the ministry for approval. So that's why it's still in a draft form right now. We've added some references to our current municipal bylaws as well. Council will see on the schedule that we've added the connection fees that were agreed upon during our water and wastewater budget. So We believe at this time, in talking to Swanks and their solicitor, as well as our own solicitor, that we've captured everything in this subdivision agreement. And if council's okay, we'd like to proceed with getting the remaining schedules and then coming back to council as soon as we get them back from the ministry for the final bylaw approval. If there's any questions from council, I'll be more than happy to answer any.
Okay, any comments, questions, concerns? Deputy Mayor Gardner?
No, I kind of bow to staff on this one. I reviewed it, and I think that it's a fulsome document, and I think if Shannon's saying that we've worked out our issues and their issues and whatever, I think that's what an agreement's all about. So I'm okay with it.
Councilor Wells?
Thank you, Mayor. No, we've been through this quite a few times, so I went through it, not word by word, but I'm what Mayor Bybills did with the increases on all the hookups for water and sewer, I'm comfortable with. It's all in there. That was my major concern. So I think we're ready to put this to bed and start a subdivision.
Councilor Lewis?
No, I read this document over, and I think it's a good document, and I think it's time that we move on down the road and get this project started, and that'll be the end of it. But no, I do like this this document very much. Thank you very much.
Councilor Mellon?
Yeah, it was nice light reading. Yeah, a lot of, but I did read it over and nothing jumped out at me. So let's get some signatures on these things and get going.
Okay, well, and I will agree. I think staff have done their due diligence and supported our position as best they can and work with the Swanks. I did talk to Ron today and just asked him if he and his boys and Henry were good with it, and he said everything was good. We need to get it going so we can send it on to ministry and get the final approval. So I'm good with it. It really reflects some new thinking, certainly the old thinking of taking over roads a little early. It works. They're spending big dollars there west of Morrisburg right now. We're watching them. I think we'll be good. I'm very confident that this is going to be a new jewel in South Dundas's arsenal when they get her going, and I always firmly believe that we can work with people that are willing to work with us. Then it certainly benefits not only them but all of South Dundas. It's good to work with a company that is willing to listen, compromise, and come up with a solution that, as I said, works for all of us. So I'm good. So read the resolution, please, Madam Clerk.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Gardner, second by Councillor Lewis, that council approve the Dutch Meadows subdivision agreement in principle as presented, subject to the final schedules and an authorizing bylaw being completed.
Okay, anything further from any members of council? Seeing none, I'll order the motion. Those in favor? Opposed, if any, motion carries. Thank you. So moving back into the consent agenda, I pulled out a resolution from the town of Perth. Not sure what page it's on because it's way back when, but the gist of it was that they were looking for the province to start paying more for hospital equipment. As you know now, most of the time hospital equipment is funded by, it's on page 143, by donations from the community. However, some of those big major capital projects like MRI units or CT scan units are significant dollars. And if the government would pay even half of that, I think, I know Mayor Finnick from the past, and I don't think they're meaning any disrespect to the province. I think they're just putting the province up to the challenge that for the big stuff in hospitals, I think some extra funding would certainly help, not only the hospitals, but also the municipalities who they end up having to go for. I know that the counties put, I believe, $1 million in the MRI unit in the community hospital in Cornwall. So that's $1 million that's got to come out of somewhere. We're paying a lot into long-term care. That's another discussion, but I think it'd be nice that to support the town of Perth and move it on. So I'll ask the clerk to read a motion and then we can debate it.
Moved by Councillor Mallon, second by Councillor Wells, that council support the town of Perth's request to have the province be financially responsible for the replacement costs associated with all major capital equipment in hospitals.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Gardner.
No, thanks, Mayor Byvelds, for bringing this forward. I agree with you, and I also agree from a rural perspective that you know, we only have so many big donors to go after and that type of thing, and it leaves our hospitals at a bit of a disadvantage. It would be nice that if they just had a standard that all hospitals have, you know, MRI machines and whatever the case may be. So yeah, I will support this for sure.
Councillor Wells.
Thank you, Mayor. No, I definitely agree with you. And the problem, what I see here with our provincial government is they're sitting back because they know the donations are coming in from individuals and companies and everything. So why put their money forward? It's about time. Like, I would like to add to that, to say to Premier Ford, like, what's going on with all the OHIP money? Like, we never hear, obviously, as employer, it's a hidden thing, but we pay it. Like, where's all that money going? You ever see, there's probably reports where it goes, but it's about time they start paying for these big ticket items, because there's only so much money. And as you allude to, Mayor Byville, like, the counties went and put $1 million. Like, we can only do so much. And so the government's got to step up, and I fully support this. I'm 100% behind you and Perth. Thank you.
Councillor Lewis.
Oh, I definitely support this. Our government, they, I don't know, they don't want to do anything for our hospitals or healthcare. And I think it's about time that they stepped up to the plate and start paying for stuff like this, because nobody's getting any younger, and the hospitals, they can only take so many patients because the government won't give any funding for them to buy supplies, bedding, and stuff like that. I had no problem supporting this whatsoever. Thank you.
Councillor Mellon.
Yes, it's a very good item to be pulled out of the consent agenda. I give you credit, Mayor Byvelds. It's always infuriated me that, you know, province will give you the money to have somebody man a machine, but you gotta scrap and scrape and try and find the money to buy the machine, especially in small rural municipalities like ourselves, you know, Winchester Hospital, the Kempville Hospital, you know, these small municipalities, like in small areas, rural areas, like, I mean, we just don't have that type of financial, you know, means. So I can never figure out why, you know, it's like, here's the car, but you don't have the motor. But yeah, so I think it's worthwhile. Thank you for bringing it forward.
Okay. Like, we heard my comment, so I'll just I'll bring the question forward. All those in favor of the motion? Those opposed? Motion carries. I do thank council for their support on this. Next one is 10H. Deputy Mayor Gardner brought one pulled concerning the construction of diver aids in the village of Morrisburg. So, Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, just quick, not that I want to add anything to anyone's list, but had some conversations prior to COVID with the Chamber of Commerce. Rob Hunter was there about the divers. There's an organization that's looking for it, and it just this seems to be all over the place, and I was just wondering if council was comfortable if we ship it over to the Morrisburg Waterfront Committee to have a look at and see what the considerations would be for something like this.
I will admit this has been something that's been certainly tossed around at council and within staff for a number of years, and either we should come up with a resolution. It certainly has become a big activity at the Morrisburg waterfront. So, Councilor Wells.
Sorry, I just quickly, I
Go
think it
ahead.
should be part of the plan. There's so many users that use that waterfront different. I mean, anytime I sit on the Adirondack chairs and watch, and if you count users of different activities that are enjoying the waterfront, easily in a day I can pick like 20 different separate uses of what folks are doing down there. So I agree with you. It's been bounced around, and I just think it should be on the waterfront committee's radar.
Okay, Councilor Wells.
Thank you, Mayor. No, I support Deputy Mayor on this. It was brought back, actually it was in 2019 when our former Director of Recreation, Ben, brought it to our attention about building a change room and all that, and you go over the letter and there's a lot of disrespect down there from all divers, but I think it's something the Morrisburg Waterfront Committee to look into and come back to us, to council, for their recommendations, and I think we move forward, because there's a lot in that letter to council about the divers and that we have to actually, it's just not as easy as someone coming to the Morrisburg to go diving. There's a lot of issues to this, and I think we got to stand up and pay a little more attention to it, and come up with a resolution to resolve this and move forward and make sure it's good for everyone. Thank you.
Councilor Lewis.
I have to agree. I know I talked to Mr. Schnurr last week. I went to speak to his wife and she wasn't there, but Mr. Schnurr tells me that there is some issues with the divers from east of us, and they kind of don't agree with some of the stuff that what they're up to, and I think that it's time to take a big look at the picture and see what we can do to figure it out. Because I know I've been down there many afternoons, and I've seen things that whoa, even I don't like to look at, but they do it anyways. Thank you.
Councilor Mellon.
I'm not sure what you're looking at, Councilor Lewis, but call me up next time. Yeah, there's the list in the agenda really highlights some of the issues and some of the dangers and some of the concerns very, very well. And I'm glad Deputy Mayor Gardner brought this out, and Mr. Schnurr has brought this, out to our attention. I think this is something that should be addressed. It's been kicking around. We kicked it around for a while. This is, we've just, this has been discussed at council, maybe doing something, but I think, yes, how something like this can be implemented into our waterfront, and I agree with what Deputy Mayor Gardner said. Maybe, let the waterfront committee, work out something. I think maybe we could utilize it to our advantage, and but it has to be done right, and it has to be done safely. So yeah, I would support doing it that way.
Okay, well, I'm good to take it to the waterfront committee. It's a bit of a challenge, I think, from what I'm seeing. So we can certainly ask them. You're on that committee, Deputy Mayor Gardner. I think there's a consensus at council to look at this issue and come up with a solution and work with the Schnurrs, but also those who come down and figure out a plan that what they can we could provide or they can require to do what they need to do. And you know, it's certainly attracting people to the water in the village of Morrisburg, and I know when Councilor Graham was on council in my first 2 terms, he was a diver, and he mentioned how popular this is. And I know that I know Rob Hunter, our EDO, is diver. So you know, there's some you know, assets there to work with. Let's see what we can come up with. Maybe we can't. You know, there's some challenges we can't fix, but if we can fix 3/4 of them, I think we're good to go. So.
Thank you. I appreciate it. It's about being a little bit proactive, right? Like we have the waterfront committee and they have these discussions, and why not let them have a kick at the can?
Yeah, and I see Rob came on, and it's up to you, Rob, whether you want to get involved. But I know you dive for recreational purposes, so you can at least relate in some better than we can. That's for sure.
Yeah, and I just thought that I would comment that you know, I'd certainly be willing to act as a resource. I have over 1,000 book dives over my 20+ year career, so and have been involved in diver infrastructure at a number of locations along the St. Lawrence. So always happy to assist the Morrisburg committee from a staff perspective, and being a diver, and something that I love doing. So just wanted to make that offer, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, well, I'll pass that on. Deputy Mayor, no, I think can contact you when necessary. So that's good. Thank you. Okay. Last discussion item we have is concerning Terry O'Reilly's delegation to council this evening. I know we did go around council and discuss our point of views on the Iroquois water tower, the Iroquois water tower, and their desire to put the Indigenous quote unquote chief figure back up. I believe council had a fairly good discussion earlier on, but you know, I know Councilor Wells says we're supposed to listen to the people. I don't disagree with him. However, there are times when leaders have to be leaders and deal with I guess a sensitive subject that that has certainly changed over a number of years. I know that if we were having discussion 20 years ago, there would be no discussion, it'd just be up. However, I think we've learned a lot in the last 20 years, certainly learned a lot in the last 5 years on respecting Indigenous people and some of the challenges they had in the past. And some of them are still not out of the woods yet, considering some of the villages and on reserves we have up north that have no drinking water yet. I know that, you know, some people would say, well, we're here now, we run the show, but you know, it was their land at one time. And even in the village of Iroquois, that's how that name came, when the Iroquois people used the old point as gathering spot. I'm still not in favor of putting the Indigenous figure back up on the tower. They can do all the petitions they want. It doesn't matter. I'm not going to agree, and we're going to agree to disagree. You know, the cultural appropriation of using a symbol from another culture to not demonstrate your superiority, but to say that's part of your town. You could say that in the past, but you can't say it now. Like, it just doesn't make any logical sense in this day and age. You know, I just wrote a few notes there. I'm just trying to go through them because they're pretty hand scratching. But you know, it's the same with the name of the village. It's a name. The village is what it is, and it's a group of people that have come together to live together in a area tightly knit with services, businesses, and close neighbors. It doesn't matter what it's called in the end. This one's called Iroquois. I respect that name. I don't think even Indigenous people would have a problem with that. But I don't I don't think they're going to be comfortable if we take it further and put something on the tower to say that, well, you know, we took over your land, now you're up there. And you could say that doesn't make any sense, but it can be implied. You know, the majority of young people don't agree with putting the Indigenous figure back on. We've seen that in the Leader a number of years, last year when they were offered by a teacher to put letters in the paper. So the young people see it. It's time to move on. It's 2021. You know, I'll be honest. I was a little bit put off by Mr. O'Reilly's threat of going to the minister, and I'm sure he knows the minister very personally. I would be shocked if the minister would take up his offer that the council of South Dundas is not listening to its residents, and because he wants to put an Indigenous figure back on the water tower. We were all elected to serve the people of South Dundas, but we were all elected to make decisions. Some of those decisions are not going to be easy, and some of those decisions require leadership from the 5 of us as a majority, whether it's 3 versus 2 or whatever, to make this council go forward. Right now, from what my recollection, the council split 50-50. If you're going to look at me for the vote to unbreak it, you just got it. You know, he had talked about wanting to come back, doing petitions. He can do whatever he wants. I'm not going to change my mind. My mind is set. So we need to look forward. We need to think forward, and we made our decisions earlier on that we were comfortable with, and I will stand for sure on saying no to doing what was on the tower before. So round table we go, Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Mayor Byveld. You know, I'm saddened by this discussion. I'm saddened by the threat of division and petitions and whatever. I'm saddened that there are folks that have moved to our community recently or in the last 5 years, and on this particular subject, their voice is not heard, because I am somebody that did run to listen to the people, and I've listened to both sides. And in this case, there is a louder side, but I can guarantee you that there's a side that does not agree with this. And I ran to represent the people, but I also not put the municipality, the corporation, in harm's way. And I believe with this decision that we've seen it in other situations, that it will be viewed under the 2020 lens or 2021 lens, and South Dundas will receive some very negative feedback. And this is hard for me. I understand that I am somebody, and maybe this is why people my age and with a young family don't run, because we have different perspectives on things. And you know, I always hear, oh, why are the young people leaving? How come nobody young wants to open up a business? Nobody's doing this, nobody's doing that. And I can tell you, it's because of things like this that drive you away. It's embedded in the past, and I'm serious. I have scrubbed old stuff. I worked on heritage projects. I am not somebody, I resent being told that my position is out of political correctness. And anyone that knows me well enough. I think on my own, and I have my own mind. But there's a lot of damage with this, and I honestly, when I said to them, you know, can we work together for some alternative to honor the past? I'm a little bit upset that there's no wanting to meet halfway, and I am not going to change my mind on this. And as elected officials, I will tell you, be prepared that if you are supporting this, you are going to have some awkward discussions about trying to defend your position on this in 2021. So there's a lot of people just think it's a picture, in my mind, I don't like the Canadian Tire symbol on the Morrisburg waterfront either. If, after this discussion on break, first thing I did was write down the Indigenous leaders that I know that I will reach out to, because I can tell you right now, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe we need to have a conversation with the Indigenous folks and see, is this right? Is this wrong? I sense that if multi-billion-dollar or million-dollar NFL teams and NHL teams are willing to change their logo about this stuff, I sense that there's not only is it the right thing to not represent that any longer, but I sense that there's probably a liability associated with it. So I'm saddened that Iroquois feels that they're not listened to and they want to divide and they don't feel part of South Dundas. However, I'm comfortable with the folks that I've spoken to that while they might not be the loudest, there's a lot of people that agree with my position, and it won't change. I am listening to them. And just a thought, if you want young people or younger people with families and stuff like that with new ideas to sit on municipal councils, it's not political correctness. It's the way we think. So.
Council Wells.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I said what I said. And I agree, like it's a hard thing here, and I'm not gonna say old school anymore. I'm not gonna go back to the symbol and like Iroquois. I agree with Deputy Mayor. Like, it is a sad situation, and I do listen. To me, I shouldn't say it wouldn't matter of putting the symbol back, but listening to the comments here, like we do have to move forward. Like it's not Matilda anymore. It's not Williamsburg. We're a municipality. At the end of the day, I would support putting the sign up, and I would support moving on too. So I'm not really helping anything there, but I stated what I said before. So I'm just going to, if the sign wants to go back up, I would agree to it.
Council Lewis.
Well, Mayor and Deputy Mayor, I said right from the word go that I would like to see the Indian head put back on the water tower. As we all know, the Iroquois Indians did live on that land. I don't think, myself personally, I don't think anybody thinks that anybody's prejudiced or anything like that. I honestly think that it is an honor to have something like that on a water tower. I don't know. Every time I used to go to Iroquois, I'd look up and there it was, as bright as day. And if I was an Iroquois Indian, I'd be very proud to say that that is part of my heritage. And I made that statement way back when, and I still haven't changed my mind on that. I'm happy with the decision that I made. Thank you.
Council Mellon.
Yeah, it's easy for, somebody on the outside looking in to make a judgment call on what somebody might find offensive or won't find offensive or do find offensive, or, and until you walk a mile in somebody's boots, and those boots could be a young person, a young child, a young, an individual that, may look at this a little bit differently. And, I don't think it was put up there with any intent to be disrespectful. or anything like that, but I think it's time we change, and change sometimes is hard. And I think it's time that, you know, we realize that what happened 50 years ago or 25 years ago maybe was acceptable, but in today's moving forward, the young people, you know, they see this and they realize that, you know, that isn't right to me, you know, putting that up there, even if it's not meant to be disrespectful or anything, or even, you know, even to, you know, give tribute to them. But I wonder if we ever asked, you know, the Iroquois tribe or Indians, you know, would you mind us putting your Indian head up there? You know, I said it before, like, you know, I haven't got any, you know, it's easy to look in from the outside and say, oh, that wasn't meant as being disrespectful or anything. But I think we have to, you know, move forward with this, and we have to say, okay, enough is, you know, it's time that we take it down, and, you know, doesn't, taking the Indian head off the water tower doesn't diminish Iroquois. Iroquois is going to be Iroquois. And, it, you know, I don't know, you know, if people think that, you know, somehow or another is going to, you know, diminish Iroquois or anything like that. Iroquois will continue to be Iroquois. And it'll be part of the municipality of South Dundas, and it doesn't need that Indian head up on that water tower anymore. It's time that we move on into the future, and we do what was right, because what was acceptable at one time just isn't anymore. Thank you, Mayor Byvells.
Okay. So any further comments from any members of council at this time? Deputy Mayor Gardner.
No, it's late, but I just want folks to think about, and maybe the people watching, the way that it might be taken, and this is not, again, political correctness, but we are putting an Indigenous symbol on a water tower where there are places where Indigenous families live and they don't even have water. So I'm just cautioning rubbing it in people's faces with that symbol. It's not going, the outsiders and the Indigenous folks are not going to look and say, that's a cozy little town, wonderful place to live, wonderful people. You're putting a symbol, however it's going to be taken, on a water tower. And it's well documented that we have not solved the water crisis in some indigenous populations. So it's just, you know, that's all I'm going to say. It's yeah.
Okay. So Madam Clerk, did we ever vote through or by resolution what we put on the towers as like Morrisburg, Iroquois, South Dundas symbols?
No.
Okay, does council desire to put a resolution through, and that way it firms our commitment to doing what we're doing? And I believe it, you know, it doesn't matter how we vote, at least the majority will make a statement on which way we're going. Because if we don't, this will never end, because we never really truly put it to a vote. I know we did have two discussions, and we certainly had consensus, but there's a difference between having consensus and having an actual resolution put through.
Yeah, that works. It's sad what's going to happen next, but it divides community.
It does. I feel for, I'm not here to break up Iroquois. I think it's just that it's time to move on, and it's just not the right thing to do. So anyway, Madam Clerk, you have something?
So moved by Councillor Mellon, second by Deputy Mayor Gardner, that council authorize the South Dundas logo and the town name on the Iroquois and Morrisburg water towers. Does that finalize it?
Yeah, because I don't think, yeah. Deputy Mayor Gardner, comments?
I don't know. I mean, I guess we're identifying each town by their name. So we're not putting South Dundas, we're just putting the South Dundas logo and just the name of the town, right? So you know, I guess it's simple, but that's what's happening, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
The
there's no
other-
logo. Okay, just a second. Sorry, there's no logo, just a second.
Yes, there is. There's a South Dundas logo.
Yes,
Yeah.
there is.
Yes, there is.
We agreed to, yeah, South
Yeah,
Dundas and
There's
the
a
name.
logo in the Iroquois. Option.
We agreed to the name of the town instead of saying Municipality of South Dundas. It was the name of the individual town or village, sorry.
Along with the South Dundas emblem.
With the logo, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Give me a second here.
Good.
Yeah. I'm gonna go look and see right now.
I don't think there's much looking. Does council have that recollection? I do.
Yes, like that's straightforward. We voted on that, so.
Yeah, well, we didn't have a resolution to vote or we were asked to confirm it twice.
We confirmed it for the tender prior to
Yeah.
the tender going out.
Yeah. But it was only a discussion item, Councilor Wells. There was no true resolution, like a vote on it. It was just basically a consensus of us. And I do remember some of us didn't agree 100%, but it went through, but there was no formal resolution to the effect.
I agree, Mayor.
Okay.
Yeah, you want to reread it again, please?
The council authorized the placement of the South Dundas logo and the town name on the Iroquois and Morrisburg water towers.
Okay, and that was moved and seconded by?
Moved by Councillor Mellon, seconded by Deputy Mayor Gardner.
Okay, any further discussion on this? Seeing none, all in favor of the resolution? Those opposed? Motion carries. I approve of it. Okay, I know that probably won't put it to bed, but I think we've made our statement and we'll see where the chips fall from here. So no notice of motion, Madam Clerk?
No, sir.
Okay, so we have closed session coming up. I know it's getting late. Hopefully it's not extensive, but we should at least do what we can. So before we sign off, I'd like to thank council for their work tonight. It was not an easy night tonight. I'd like to thank staff for their valued input, and I'd like to also thank the audience for participating in our meeting tonight. So we will have closed session tonight, and once we come out of closed session, ratification bylaw is the only thing left on the agenda and adjournment. So we will say good night to you right now, and hopefully you have a rest of, hopefully everything works for the rest of the week and the month for you. Yes, sir. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Gardner, seconded by Councillor Lewis. The council proceed in camera pursuant to section 239.2E and B of the Municipal Act 2001. More specifically, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, and personal matters about identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees.
Okay, all heard the motion. Those in favor? Opposed, if any? Motion carries. Thank you very much.